बाबाजी नमः। क्रिया बाबाजी नमः। क्रिया बाबाजी क्रिया बाबाजी नमः। क्रिया बाबाजी नमः।
Welcome to our 36th live weekly Satsang here at the Kriya Yoga School. We're so happy you could join us. Please put your comments in the YouTube chat. We're joined by our members, Veronica and Paul. Namaste, Veronica and Paul. How you doing today?
Namaste.
Namaste. Doing wonderful.
Outstanding. So what would you go ahead?
I was gonna say, I tried to join it yesterday because I'm so confused. I'm in the Philippines and the day is a different day, in the United States. So I was like I figured out it's at 10 a.m. Here, but I had the day wrong, because the day is different. And so finally I figured it out. So I don't know when I am or where I am or what I am.
Welcome to my world. I live in Thailand, so I can relate perfectly clear. Even today, I was like, is it daylight savings time in America? Because they don't have daylight savings time in Thailand. And I'm like, what time is it? What day should it be? Yesterday, I went to the hospital for my daughter, and I didn't sleep 24 hours. So I'm all discombobulated, and I'm like, what day is it? So I understand completely. Every day is like that for me. Like, what time is it in the East Coast? Is it daylight savings time? What happens? So yeah. I understand completely clear.
It's crazy. And I'm just now like recovering from the jet lag, I spent like 15 hours in the airport sleeping on luckily I knew I was going to have that layover. I brought a sleeping bag. So I found a quiet place. And I slept there on the floor. It was brutal, 2 connecting flights, but I finally made it here. And I'm just about recovered from all that trauma. And, the being around those crowds, all the weird energies in the airport. Yeah. And I'm here also with my son, Zach. Say hi, Zach.
Hi.
Namaste, Zach. Hello.
Yeah, so it was an ordeal, but I think I told you personally, Veda Gurudev, about what happened, but I had planned this out and I got the date confused. I missed my flight thinking it was like the next day, but it was really the previous day. And I got to the airport with my daughter and we figured out I had missed it. And thanks to her, she's very tech savvy. And because I use a travel agent, I don't like to do all that stuff. She was there and she was able to straighten me out. It cost me like $1,200 extra, but and just the extra suffering at the airport, because I had I didn't have, my other flight would have been much easier on me, but yeah, so a lot of ordeals that took all my yoga skills to make it through, but I'm good now.
Yeah, I understand completely. Yesterday I went to Bangkok, and I call Bangkok's highway spaghetti highways because they're all going this way, that way. So it basically scrambles the GPS, so it can't understand which road is which. So I got lost for an extra 2 hours in the big city of Bangkok, driving around, and it's just chaos. Motorcycles driving it's every which way. Traffic is terrible, and horns and big buildings and everything. So it takes all your yogic tools to overcome that and keep a clear mind, because it's a constant attack on your consciousness when you get to these big cities and these collective lower vibrations attacking your mind. So I'm like, oh yeah, what over there, So the monkey mind has a lot to focus on in the big city and in the chaos. It loves the chaos of the external Maya delusional world. So my monkey mind was fully fed yesterday for sure.
It makes one want to just go live in a cave in the Himalayas, does it not?
That sounds glorious, Paul. I miss my cave so much. I long for my cave, the days I could go back. When my guru told me, Vedguru Dev, your place is not in the cave of the Himalayan mountains. It's in the world, but not of the world. I shed a tear on that day, like, please, Baba, no. I don't want to go there. It's crazy down there. So I do miss my cave, and I do have fond memories of my cave in these trying times and these chaotic times going to the big city. So yeah, I have good memories. So I just use our technique that we have in our school, Ananda Bliss meditation, and I go to my happy place, which is my cave in the Himalayan mountains of Satupal Lake,
Yeah.
So no matter how much chaos there is around you, you could always go to your happy place if you have that meditation tool. In our school, it's called Ananda Bliss meditation. So any of our members watching this, it's in our advanced class. And I think it's in the meditation classroom also. So go to your happy place, my friend, in these chaotic times, because it is definitely a war zone out there. And I lived it firsthand going to Bangkok yesterday. They're honking, they're pushing their way in traffic. It's just chaos. So you gotta have the right mindset, or you gotta have your Kavacham shield up to protect you in these crazy times. Even my guru was like, hated going to Delhi if he had to travel, because that's probably the closest main airport in India. And because you already knew what it was going to be. Pollution's crazy, traffic's crazy, it's just it's chaotic. So we always long for our cave and our peace and our stillness and our samadhi back in the quiet Himalayan mountains. And when you go to these crazy places and you get back to your meditation cushion, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's like, ah, yes. I've been waiting for you, meditation cushion. I remember when I used to DJ, I used to count the minutes or hours till I could get back to my meditation cushion and just relax. Clear out all the junk, take out all the trash from my mind that I collected in the external Maya delusional world, and just try to be as calm and still as possible. But yeah, I understand. Where you're at in the Philippines too, it's chaotic, right? Well, Manila's more chaotic than probably where you're at, right?
Yeah, so I'm kind of on the outskirts of Manila in a small town called Las Piñas. So it's kind of a gate. Well, I don't know. It's you got to go through these little gates, and they see if you're like a resident. They won't let you in unless you're a resident. But I mean, it's a pretty large area. It's not like a little, like just like a little housing complex, but it's a giant area. So yeah, it's much nicer there. But yeah, once we leave that, then that's when you get all the zillions of motorcycles and trikes and everything everywhere. So yeah, it's kind of quiet where I'm at, but it's still very there's like not any open parks or anything. It's still just covered with, developed areas and stuff. So I'd prefer to be like out in the jungle somewhere, but I will be going to the beach this coming weekend, so we'll get away from this area as well. So I'm looking forward to that little beach break. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I've been to the Philippines many times, and I almost look at the Philippines. Well, being American, it's probably the most Americanized country in Southeast Asia, probably all of Asia, I would say, because they were controlled by America at one time, so they're pretty Americanized, and their English is probably pretty good out of any of the Asian countries, I would say. So, and it's Philippines is like parallel to like Thailand, so it's basically the same. Our brother, if you know what I'm saying, our our Americanized brother.
Yes.
so so
Yeah.
yeah, I like the Philippines. It's great.
Yeah. Zach speaks pretty good English. Zach, give him some of your English. Say hello.
Hello,
Where do you go to school?
Moonwalk Elementary School.
Oh, okay.
See, see,
Yeah.
pretty good, right? If you
Yeah.
go to any other country, it's it and what they call it in Thailand, they call it Tanglish, So it's basically a Thai kind of accent mixed with some English. But the Philippines have a pretty clear English accent, like ununderstandable without any accent, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. He actually is very good. I'm having some vision problems also. Like that was another thing I was struggling with at the airport, because I had to fill out this e-travel thing to get into the Philippines. And,
Mm.
because of all the missed flights, and I normally do that in advance, and my daughter helps me with it, but I couldn't. So I was like, I got a little magnifying glass. Where's it at? Can't find it, but I have to use my glasses plus a magnifying glass to mess with my phone, and I didn't have that filled out. So I got to the immigration, and they told me, no, you can't come in until you go over to that desk over there and finish filling out your. Oh, here it is, my little magnifying glass. Um, but so I was sitting there, I knew that was coming, another little test for me. I was like, oh, I hope I'm not going to have any trouble with this e-travel, because I did get part of it filled out, but I didn't like complete the whole thing. And then fortunately, like I was so lucky, I sat down and I was struggling. I was getting very frustrated because I couldn't, see, and using one hand to hold the magnifying glass. And so a guy came over, he worked there and everything, and he's doing it for tips, but he's like, "Can I help you, sir?" And like he took my phone, and I just told him whatever questions needed answering, and he did it all for me. So I was able to get blessed by that, and I gave him like a $10 tip for that. But yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, but all's well now. So
All right, well, relax, stay in a state of stillness, and keep your vibrations high. But yeah, I understand. Like when I came back home from Bangkok, I was like, "Whoo, man, whoa!" I'm
yeah,
glad that I don't have to go through that every day. That would be chaotic. But here at the Kriya Yoga School, we have tools to help you overcome, and we also have our free Kriya Yoga School. So absolutely free, giving tools to help people all around the world be the best people they could be. So be as great as you can. There it is right there. www.freekriyayoga.com. By all means, if you have any questions, reach out. We try to be on a 24-hour call for all our members, and just want people to be the best people they could be. So Join our free Kriya Yoga School. No cost. Absolutely free. Any people in the YouTube, on YouTube, post your comments in the chat. We'll answer all your questions wholeheartedly. Or if you have anything you want to share, by all means, type it in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, so from my youth, I remember like when I was taught about how you could use your magnifying glass to magnify the sun onto a piece of paper and burn it. So I taught that trick to Zach. He really got a kick out of that. So that was a bonus for my magnifying glass.
Oh yeah, great.
You're
Yeah,
the coolest.
that's Southeast Asian sun is very powerful. I have an American flag. It basically turned it white because the sun is so powerful in Thailand. It bleached out all the colors. The sun is so powerful, and you see like signs on the road that it just turned it white because the sun is so powerful. So if you put a magnifying glass to that Southeast Asian sun, I'm sure to burn down your whole village.
Yeah, be careful of that fire.
That sun is powerful out there for sure. You know, like I try to block it out as much as possible, but you can see. Look at that. Ooh,
Wow.
Oh yeah,
that's that Thailand sun for you.
you can look out my window here and get a little idea of the neighborhood.
Oh,
Cool.
very beautiful. Great.
Nice. Oh, is that the ocean in the background?
No, that's just like an empty lot,
Oh, okay.
and then yeah.
Great. So
But yeah,
how
there's
you like
like
the Philippines?
yeah, there's tons of stray cats, they're just like cats everywhere, and like it smells like cat, feces out there sometimes, and it's just
Mm.
but yeah, so this little where I'm at is pretty decent. But yeah, I put that picture of me with the little kids, so that is the old neighborhood from where my wife was from. And it's very strange. I mean, it's kind of like a big circle, and in the middle, I mean, it's kind of nice because in the middle they have like a big basketball court, and it's like a covered area, and that's where we did get married. So it was like kind of outdoors, but it's covered and everything. But the weird part is, there's like some very fancy and nice houses, and then there'll be like in between a little shanty town built out of tin shacks. And the people, and that's where she did live before I moved her into this place. But she was, her family was very poor, and they lived in like a hand built house. There's actually a tree growing in the middle of it that they built around it. There's just two little rooms, no running water. There's maybe like 12 families living in that lot, and there's just one bathroom between them all. So and then next to it, you'll have like a big fancy house. So there's like a mixed group of people living there. But the nice thing is those people, no matter their condition, they're always very cheerful, and happy no matter what. They don't complain about it. So yeah. And a lot of those little kids, if they live in one of the nicer houses, they go to school, but some of the little kids, even though the school is free, they can't afford the school supplies or anything like that, so they don't go to school, some of them. So, it's pretty sad. And
Yeah.
it used to, like, if it rained, they would get flooded sometimes in the little tin shack area. Also, rats sometimes come in. I saw one there one night.
Oh, damn.
While we're there, so it's pretty bad, but as I said, they still remain cheerful, and
Yeah, that's a good reminder. Whatever your situation is, always stay blissful and always stay happy. And a great technique, like I said earlier, we have in our school, Ananda Bliss meditation. Just close your eyes and go to your happy place. Whatever's happening in the physical world can't affect you in your happy place, in your Ananda Bliss meditation, and you are the creator of your Ananda Bliss meditation. You are the director. Bad thoughts, bad situations aren't welcome into your happy place. So you just close your eyes and make your happy place as happy as it can be. And if you have that technique, no matter how crazy the external Maya delusional world is, you just close your eyes and go to your happy place, and you'll always be happy. And it's a good reminder, like, no matter what your situation is, just always stay happy as much as you can and enjoy it as much as you can. One of my favorite yogis or sitas is named Boganantar, and Bogar means enjoyer. So he always was an enjoyer. No matter what happens, he would enjoy it to the fullest. He enjoyed his food, he enjoyed his situations, he embraced the cold of the Himalayan mountains. He embraced whatever health issue he had. He enjoyed it, and he welcomed the opportunity to overcome and dance. Like, he kind of laughed at everything on the Maya stage of the Maya world stage. He kind of laughed at it like, that's the best you got? Let's dance, you know? I enjoy this, even this physical pain I'm going through. I enjoy it as much as I can. I enjoy my food. I enjoy the good. I enjoy the bad. And in yoga, we say we live in equanimity. We don't even see good or bad. Everything is equal. So we enjoy the bad as much as we enjoy the good. And if you keep that kind of mindset and that perspective, you'll always stay in a high vibration. And you'll always kind of laugh at what situations you have to overcome, as the comedy show on the stage of Maya, I would say. Like, oh, okay, that's the best you got? I was built for this. I have the tools in Kriya Yoga to help me overcome any situation. So I welcome whatever situation I'm in, good or bad, with equanimity. I see them all as equal. So I'm not attached to the ego play of good, and I'm not attached to the ego play of bad. I welcome all of it, right? So
Yeah.
I look at everything in a state of equanimity on the stage of the Maya delusional world.
Yeah, and probably like changing your thinking like that, doesn't that like raise your vibration? Just changing your mindset, turning everything into like how, no matter how bad things are, just like seeing the positive and good in it.
Yeah, because you can't be affected. So it does raise your vibration. And you begin to realize that whatever happens, you have no control over it anyway. So why would you get attached to any outcome when you're not in control of it anyway? So you just kind of just step back from the TV, get your popcorn, and just kind of watch the movie like, oh, okay, this is a pretty funny comedy show. Like, what's Jerry Seinfeld and Kramer going to do today on Seinfeld? Ah, look at that. That's pretty funny. You know, like, okay, that's good. But you're not they call it in yoga being a detached witness. Like, you're kind of separating yourself. Like, you don't see yourself in the Seinfeld show. You just kind of see yourself witnessing the thing come by. So if you can apply that to your own life, that could really help you overcome, like, I am not an actor in this movie. I'm just kind of witnessing it, and I'm kind of step back from the TV and laughing at it as a
Yeah.
funny comedy show like Seinfeld. So no matter what happens. But yeah, every day as a yogi, they'll test you, you know, like even in my situation, I got a tall mountain to climb next week. So like it doesn't escape Vedguru Dev, but I have more the mindset and the tools to overcome whatever life throws at me in the best way, as kind of a more detached witness, not as an actor in the movie, more of a detached witness. Like, and my guru used to say, peaks and valleys, Vedguru Dev, peaks and valleys. So when you go up the Himalayan mountains, you'll go up one kind of mountain, you get to the top, and you're like, I'm there, and then there'll be like 20 kilometers that way. That's a story I told before. I'm like, whoo, that was a tall mountain to climb. I'm glad we're here. And they kind of looked at me like, was this guy crazy? where we're going is 20 kilometers that way. And if we're really lucky, we'll go another 5 kilometers, you know? So they were like, it reminded me of once you climb one mountain, then you go down in the
Yeah.
valley, then you climb another mountain. And that's just how, that's a roller coaster of life as it is. So you just kind of put on your boots and get ready to climb any mountain. Like, all right, well, that's the mountain we're climbing today. Let's do it. I'm going to be the best mountain climber I can be. And once you have that mindset that you will overcome anything life throws at you, you'll have a good mindset. And you'll kind of almost welcome the opportunity. Like, I used to ask myself all the time, like, what am I going to do with all these kriyas and all these techniques? But then life situations come, and I see, like, oh, that would come in handy. Where's my Patanjali's 9 emotional release techniques? Can I let this go? Am I willing to let it go? So it gives you the tools and the mindset to overcome whatever throws at you. But life would definitely test you for sure.
Yeah.
That's 100%. And even in my case, people think like, oh, Vedguru Dev is his guru. He has the state of enlightenment. Nope, that Maya world is coming for me too. The only difference is I have tools where I'm not attached to any kind of outcome that help me overcome it. Because I kind of realize like being sad or being angry or getting mad about any situation is almost a waste of time. So I try to lift all vibrations, all people around me collectively by staying in a positive mindset and like, yeah, we got this. This is easy. We could do this, you know. Don't worry about it. And almost like a coach kind of give you a pep talk, you know, like, come on, get in the game. Get in the game. We got this, you know? We got 1 minute left in the game. Get in there, you know? And you begin to realize that some people need that in their life. Like, you know, like, look to me. I got you, you know? I uplift everybody. So I say that with all our members in our school and everybody. We don't leave no Kriya yogi behind. You know, like in our other call last week, our other satsang, this guy Anton was saying he went in the woods and he was crying. I said, no need to cry. We uplift all yogis. We got you. We're family here. We're community here. So we don't leave no yogi behind. We help all yogis all around the world and all people collectively. You don't have to be a yogi. You don't have to be on the spiritual path. We don't leave nobody behind. So anytime I see somebody depressed or, you know, in a state of sadness, I try to uplift them. And you begin to realize when you uplift other people, you uplift yourself also, right? And it's a good feeling. It's better than money. Like, I helped that person today, you know? That made me feel really good. That's way better than money. And that's basically why I started the Kriya Yoga School also, to help as many people as possible. These Kriyas, these yogic techniques have help uplift me, because I'm the poster boy of living in an ego body, treating your body like an amusement park. You know, like before I got on the path of Kriya Yoga, I did every single thing you could do to destroy my body, destroy my mindset. I was totally attached to materialism, all that. So I understand. I'm not coming from living in La La Land yogi in the Himalayan mountains. I actually lived it. I understand where everybody's coming from, because that actually happened to me. So like, I understand. And now I look back on my ego life. I don't even recognize my ego life before Kriya Yoga. I'm all like, who is that? Like, when did that happen? I don't remember doing that. And, you know, and I kind of almost look back at like my life as like a comedy show. Like, remember 12 years ago when you did this? Or, you know, a flashback of living in the ego body. So I understand what people are going through, and that's why it's important, I thought, that we made the free Kriya Yoga School. So if the only thing stopping you from being a better person in 2025 is money, well, you don't have to worry about that. Join our free Kriya Yoga School. We have an interactive community. Veronica posts millions of videos. Cal posts millions of videos. Paul posts millions of videos. We all uplift everybody collectively. We have a mini course because the main question everybody has is, I understand the stories about Kriya Yoga, but how do I start? So we have a mini course in there. How do I start? You know, like, this is how you do yoga in a chair. This is how you do some basic asanas that anybody can do. Shavasana, the corpse pose, anybody could do. So you don't have to worry. I know you see on TV like people doing the plow pose or the full wheel pose, and it looks scary. To me too. When my yoga teacher showed me the asanas, I was like, nope, not for me. My feet do not go over my head, you know? But you begin to realize, like, when you commit to it and you do it, you could gradually get there. My teacher always used to say, step by step, every day is a new day. Like, if you go too far and you feel pain, come back down. You don't have to be a yogic superhero or prove nothing to anybody. You know, do what you can, come to a comfortable height, then bring your legs down if you feel any pain. So if you take it like that step-by-step process, then you'll be surprised what you could achieve. So, like I say in my Kriya Yoga School, if I could do it, anybody could do it. So I don't come from no yogic background. I'm no yogic superhero. I did every stupid thing you could think of to my body, but here I am, and if I could do it, anybody could do it.
Yeah, listening to Paul earlier about how he was having problems at the airport and then somebody came and helped him. I was thinking maybe as you raise your vibration, like solutions come to you more than they did before. I don't know, and people are more ready to help you. I don't know, is that something you've noticed as you've been raising your vibration, that like solutions to things that, you know, might have seemed daunting or like come easier to you? Because it seems like it to me.
Yeah, absolutely. That's well put, Veronica. Like, if you just have the right mind state and the right positive vibrations, things will always work out for the best. And the pieces of the puzzle kind of come together and help you out. And you'll be surprised when you're in desperate need of people will help you and uplift you. Like, if you need help filling out a form, somebody will magically come there and help you. Or if you're lost in the Himalayan mountains, magically a goat or a dog will lead you to the right place. You know, like, I don't know how it happens, but that's how it happens in my experience. So it's important to always keep a high vibration and not get attached to these lower vibrations, because my guru used to say, Vedguru Dev, your whole life you collected all this junk. Now it's time to throw it away. Which means basically, you become a master of distraction your whole life. You're so comfortable in attaching to these sadness and these lower emotions that it brings you comfort. It's like eating M&Ms. You know you shouldn't probably eat M&Ms. The sugar's bad for you, but it just feels so good. And it's the same way with like anger or sadness. You just get so comfortable with it that that's always your go-to anytime something happens. So it's hard to go backwards and like reverse that. Like, nah, I'm not gonna eat those M&Ms. I know they're bad for me. Or I'm not gonna attach to no sadness because it doesn't help me in any way. So I'm gonna be a problem solver. Like, whatever problem has, I welcome it, and we solve problems. My father used to tell me we're Americans, not Americans, you know? So yeah. we put on our boots and we get to work. Like, okay, that's what it is today. Let's figure this out. Let's solve this math problem. But crying about it or hiding under your bed, no matter what happens, isn't going to help anything. Because when you come out under your bed, the monster's still going to be in your closet. So you just you put on your boots and get to work, get to walking, you know? Like, my guru used to say the Himalayan mountains aren't going to walk themselves. So, that's
Yeah.
what it is. This is our task today. So we got to start walking. Let's get up there. But if you have the right mindset and the right disposition, and you look at when I went up the Himalayan mountains, it was an opportunity for sing my songs and sing all these bhajans and say all mantra japa. So it really helped pass the time. So like, even when I would be in the airport, I would pull out my malas and I would do 108 malas, whatever mantra I was doing just to pass the time. And
There you
a
go.
story I told, yeah, there you go. So
I brought
ready.
mine.
sure.
I needed them.
Yeah, I'm sure those malas came in handy in Seattle airport in your sleeping bag. You're like, oh, this is the best you got? Come on, let's get to work. Krishna Shakti mantra, I got you today. Let's tighten it up, And when you have that mindset, things just kind of work out. Like before in an earlier satsang, I told a story that when I was flying to India from Thailand, I went as far away from the chaos of the airport in Bangkok International Airport and find me a spot where I could meditate in peace. So I was there meditating, and this was way far away from anything. I didn't want to be around any of that, or I didn't want to attract anybody's vibration. I wanted to be as far away in a sacred space in the Bangkok airport as I could. And when I opened my eyes, there was this Indian guy standing there in front of me, and he goes, "Where'd you learn these techniques?" And I was like, "What? Where'd you come from?" Like, I'm as far away from everything as anywhere. And he was like, "Who's your guru? What is your lineage?" Like these type of normal Indian questions. And I was like, who are you? And he was like, yeah, my guru is this, and I do sadhana and I do yogic practices. And he was like, I don't know where you learn these techniques, but they're so powerful. I felt them all the way across the airport. I was looking around the airport for like an hour trying to find where these vibrations came, and it led me to me. And he was like, how do you know this information? Like, where did you get this? Like, you're not a regular foreigner. Like, this is something I only felt like in India. And I was like, I'm just doing my sadhana. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I'm not trying to send any vibrations. I'm just doing my thing. So he was like, man, whoever your guru is and whatever your lineage is, keep going. Keep going, my friend. Wow. Super powerful. And he just turned around and left.
And left.
And I was like, okay, all right, have a nice day. Take care, sir. So you get these confirmations in indirect kind of ways. Like when I just do my daily sadhana or my daily meditation, or just say something as simple as just saying Om, like saying just vibrating Om, which anybody could do, it attracts like birds. Like in my yard, like squirrels, I have an audience of animals that just look at me and they wait for the daily Om. It's like a motivational vibration to help them through the day. So like birds come, I remember one time in our class we do a bi-monthly Yagna fire, and before I started the Kriya Yoga School, I was doing my fire and a butterfly just landed on my shoulder, and I was like, how did this butterfly get here? There's smoke, there's fire, it's this craziness, but that butterfly is just there. It's almost like a hand of God touching your shoulder, like, I got you, my child, keep going. So like these kind of indirect confirmations happen all the time, like, and it's a beautiful thing. If you're in yoga, they say we're sleeping with our eyes open. If you're not sleeping with your eyes open, you could see the beauty of the world and you get these kind of confirmations like, ah, yes, there it is. Like sometimes I remember one of the techniques we do in our Kriya Yoga school was Rainbow Bridge meditation, right? And I was like, what am I going to do this week for our class? And then I went outside my house and there was this beautiful rainbow. And I was like, there it is, Rainbow Bridge. And, you know, my mind starts working. Okay, this is how you do the Rainbow Bridge meditation. And pieces of the puzzle just start fitting together. So if you really have your awareness up and your consciousness is at a heightened level, you'd be surprised at the confirmations and the beauty you could see in the world. It's a beautiful thing for sure.
Yeah, when you were talking about Boganantar, it made me think of something funny from my youth because, you know, when I used to smoke a lot of marijuana and like somebody would like keep it instead of passing it and we would call it Bogart. So I'm wondering if that is
Yeah.
where that word came from, Bogart.
Yeah. Enjoy
I mean,
yourself.
probably not. Because I'm from Miami like you. I know that's what they say. Don't bogart the weed. Puff puff pass. I mean, I didn't smoke weed, but I heard him saying it. I was in those hip hop circles, you know. So I don't know if they got it from Boganantar, but that's that Miami 305 slang, you know. That that how can I say that gold lock dreadlocks inner city ghetto Miami slang. So I'm well versed in the 305 Miami ghetto slang. People used to say like they used to tell me even though I'm white, I have a ghetto pass. So I had a ghetto pass to the ghettos of Miami because what I did in my DJ career, like Liberty City, Carroll City, Overtown, Opelika. I'm missing a bunch. What are the other places like? Even like South Miami, like Ghouls and you know Perrine and these type of places. So,
Oh yeah, Perrine. That was near me.
shout out to all my inner city gold teeth dreadlock brothers in Miami. They have another name for them, but I don't want to say it over here because it's kind of derogatory. It's they call them yo my n-word, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And all my Latin brothers, they call them Chicos. All the Chicos. Where Hialeah, Little Havana. Oh man, they're all over. So I'm trying to think. What's like a real Spanish part of Miami?
8th Street.
Oh yeah, that's Cayocho. That's Little Havana.
Coyote.
Yeah, Cayocho. That's for sure. Little Havana is like, you know, every year they have Cayocho, which is like the big street festival where they have stages set up and playing Latin music. So that's a beautiful thing also. So yeah, Hialeah for sure. I mean, they're pretty much everywhere, you know. What do you call that? Bird Road. So all over, you know, like there's a high Cuban population in Miami for sure.
Yeah, about the animals too. A weird coincidence, you know, like because I love birds, and when I first got divorced, I got moved out to the country. I had to go out to the country. We had like a little house out in the country on 5 acres, and I had like hummingbird feeders, and the hummingbirds would come, and I would put out, you know, like it was a nice little sunroom. I could just sit out there. It was like a cabin, basically. I mean, I was forced out there, you know, like it was kind of freaky because it's like really dark out there, and I'm by myself, and but you know, I would see deers, you know, running by, and I would have my bird feeder, and I could identify different types of birds. So eventually, I sold that property, and we had another property, and I ended up moving there, and it was called Hummingbird Court. And then one spring, we were sitting in the backyard, me and my daughter, and a small bird came, a baby bird. It was spring, so baby birds were hatching, and it flew and landed on my shoulder, just like the well, this is kind of before my yoga days, but maybe they could just detect my vibrations or whatever. But it was a really beautiful experience having the little bird land on me, and just the fact that I live on Hummingbird Court. My daughter said that's no coincidence, Dad. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're open to it and you have a raised vibration, you'd be surprised of the confirmations, the signposts, the breadcrumbs you get on the path of practicing spirituality. So my guru used to say, just being aware of being on the spiritual path, it's 80% of it already. So once you have that awareness, you could see the signs. But for me, I basically took all these confirmations that were probably there pre-yoga for granted. Like I didn't pay attention to it. But now that I raised my vibration and did my daily sadhana, it really helped me to be aware of it. Like, oh, that's no coincidence. Look at that, Look at that butterfly landing on my shoulder and with all the fire and smoke and all the mantras being chanted. That's not a coincidence. So you begin to come open to it and you begin to attract those higher vibrations. So in my case, I kind of feel like that the animals or even like little babies, when I go to, let's say I go to the store, I'll see babies like staring me at the whole way, right? They'll like look at me. And even like their mother who is like carrying them, like, they'll be like, why are you looking at that foreigner so hard? But they're kind of like, oh, there's a guy. I've been looking for a guy like this. There's no real guys carrying that vibration, but that guy got it, And I enjoy it. It's like a breath of fresh air. It's like, the morning sun or the wind. It's like, finally somebody around here that gets it. Millions of people that don't get it, but that guy gets it. And I don't want to. How would they say it? In yoga, they would say it's like holding water in your hand. You try to hold it as long as you can before it trips out, So like, let me stare at this guy as long as I can and feel his Shakti energy as much as I can before he goes away. So I kind of feel that with animals too, when they pick up on the invisible things that people can't see and the vibrations and the energy. So when they do find somebody like that, you collect like an audience of animals. And I notice that in my life too. When I say my mantras outside by my yagna fire, I have an audience. And it's all different animals. It's squirrels. There's one squirrel that every morning when I say my mantra shows up right on time, knows exactly what time I'm going to do it, sits on the branch and just listens, and when the mantras are over, just leaves. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And, sometimes it's cats. One time I was doing the Yagna fire and I saw 3 cats lined up just sitting there, just enjoying the beauty of the Yagna fire. It's birds also. And it's even trees, because there was one tree in the front of my house that was dying. I don't know when they built my house. Maybe they buried some paint there or something. So it was turning orange and it was about to die. And I was like, all right, let me move it to the middle of my yard. And the middle of my yard is where I do my mantra japa, my sadhana. So outside. And now that tree is like a super huge tree. It's so big. It's bigger than my house. And I go, well, I guess that Om vibration uplifted my tree. So it uplifts trees, it uplifts flowers, it uplifts nature, it uplifts everything when you have that higher vibration. So it's a beautiful thing to have an audience of trees and animals and people that get it. So I try to carry that vibration like I said earlier. If I could do it, anybody could do it. Like, I don't come from no yogic background. I have no idea what I was doing in the beginning. I just committed and surrendered to the sadhana, and it just kind of took care of itself. So If I could do it, anybody could do it. So don't look at me like I can't wear all white or I can't go sleep in a cave in the Himalayan mountains. Kriya Yoga is for everybody. Men, women, child, birds, animals, trees. Anybody can benefit from the vibrations of Kriya Yoga. So all you have to do is just start. And we made it very easy for you, step-by-step process, how to start. There's a mini course. It's absolutely free. Join the free Kriya Yoga School, and you will see. Right there's the website. Does anybody say www anymore?
I don't think so. I don't know.
I think I'm old school. All right, Kriya Yoga, free kriyayogamasterclass.com. So I'm still living in the Stone Age with www.
I just type it in and it pops up.
freekriyayogamasterclass.com. So I wish I had this tutorial and step-by-step plan when I started, because I had no idea. And then if you like that, then in our paid Kriya Yoga School community, we have all the Kriyas there. So, but give yourself some framework and some warm-up before you go there. Because once you go there, it's like right in your face, like, pow, how do you unblock the 7 chakras, mantra japa, it's like all there in front of you. So warm up yourself and be the best person you could be. So anybody watching this on YouTube, join our free Kriya Yoga School. Absolutely free. You don't have to put in your credit card. You don't have to do anything. Yeah. Just be the best person you could be.
I think a question a lot of people might have for you, Vedguru Dev, is I have a busy schedule. What can I do?
Yeah, so you could go at your own pace. In our free Kriya Yoga School, the videos are on demand. You can watch one a day. You can watch half one a day. You just go at your own pace. It's just kind of giving you some framework and some tools just to get you through the day, and it gives you a variety of tools like Hamsa meditation. Anybody could do Hamsa meditation. Shavasana, the corpse pose. Relaxing on your back with your head and legs spread. Anybody can relax on their back. So it's, when you see yoga on TV, it looks kind of scary. Like, oh, look at this hippie with her leg behind her head. I can never do that. And I understand, because I was in that same position. When they showed me the asanas, I was like, nope, my body definitely doesn't do that. I skip all these asanas. Let me meditate and do pranayama breathing. So, but it only looks scary. Once you just start practicing, you'll be surprised. And Veronica, you and Paul are perfect examples of just people who just do little bit by little bit, and it really uplifts you and helps get you through the day. And whatever technique makes you feel the best, put that in your pocket, put that in your yogic toolbox, and whenever you need some extra to get you through the day, bring it out. Even a simple technique like complete yogic breath, Purnasuti, really has extreme benefits just to get you through the day. Just inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your nose in one continuous rhythm will really help get you through the day. And if you need some extra help, do it again during the day. There's no real time limit. So if you have a very busy schedule, just I don't know, instead of watching some videos that aren't going to help you on YouTube, just sit down, close your eyes, and meditate and exist in a state of stillness. And you begin to focus on what serves you in the present moment. And you begin to let go of what doesn't serve you in the present moment. And you begin to become a detached witness and see, like, I mean, who cares what Kim Kardashian wears to the Grammys, Like, how does this serve me in the present moment? It doesn't. Okay, I let that go. How does what the Democrats say about Donald Trump serve me in the present moment? It doesn't. Let that go. how does who wins the Super Bowl serve me in the present moment? It doesn't. I don't play on any of those teams. Let that go, you know? So you begin to like do the inner work and see what serves you and basically cultivate and enhance that in the present moment and let go of the things that don't really serve you. And so like it's basically a mind shift and a shift that once you start practicing Kriya Yoga, it really helps kind of shape your life. And you integrate Kriya Yoga in your life, whatever works best for you. Like a lot of people ask me, what is the best practice? What is the fastest way to get to enlightenment? And it's really tailor made and personalized for your own practice. So in our paid community, we have hundreds of classes about every different topic of yoga, and you find the ones that work for you and you put them in your pocket. You know, like when you're going through something, let's say you're a member of the free Kriya Yoga School, like, all right, it's been a rough day for me. I'm going through something. All right, I saw this technique in Vedguru Dev's free Kriya Yoga School, Shavasana, the corpse pose. I'm going to lay down on my back and just spread my hands and arms, palms facing up, and just exist in a state of stillness and kind of melt in the floor and kind of breathe out all my emotional baggage I have today or all the problems that don't serve me. And these techniques really help. So like I would say no matter how busy your schedule is, just have some techniques in your toolbox to get you through the day. And my guru used to say if you're going through a really bad day, sometimes it's better to hang it up and just go to sleep and tomorrow's a new day, you know? You have some days like that where some of these techniques aren't gonna help you today. All right, well, I'm gonna start off fresh. I'm gonna get a good night of sleep, and tomorrow's a new day. But in our free mini course, no matter where you are on your spiritual path, no matter if you're man or woman, no matter how old you are, there's a technique for you. You know, like you could do these techniques sitting in a chair. Anybody could lie on their back. If you can't lie on your back, just get to a comfortable position. Because the most important thing in yoga is comfort and relaxation. When you're in a relaxed, comfortable state, then you could have a dynamic, powerful meditation. So just sit however you want. And you begin to realize, like, no one's watching you while you're doing your yogic practice anyway. So just be as comfortable as possible. And that's when you're in a state of stillness and comfort, that's when the real magic starts to happen. So, but I'm living proof that if I can do it, anybody could do it. So no matter how busy your schedule was, believe me, when I got on the path of Kriya Yoga, I had the superest, busiest schedule. I would DJ all night. I would get on an airplane in the morning, go DJ in another country. It was this super chaos, right? But when I started implementing and integrating these Kriya Yoga practices in my life, it began to carry me through. And I didn't become attached to anything. I just kind of like a detached witness, just kind of watching the life go by on the grand stage of the world.
Yeah, I have like a little timer too. You know, so in the morning, if I'm rushed, I'll set that timer. That way I don't have to like have that in my mind, like I'm worried about the time. So that will like distract me. So I set my timer, and if I just do 15 minutes, I think that's enough. I can get through, you know, a little Sudi, you know, and do some, you know, mantras, and I can do everything, some breath work. I can fit it all in 15 minutes, and then ding. And then, you know, then I can that really helps me a lot. Just 15 minutes is like enough for me to like start my day off in a positive manner.
Yeah, and that's important what you said, Paul. Sudi, right? Even a basic technique like Sudi, detach, let go, has profound benefits. Like, let's say, I'll give a short example of Sudi. You close your eyes and you sit with a straight spine, and you If a thought comes into your mind, you just witness it, detach, and let it go. Detach, let it go. Detach, let it go. Like I said, what does Kim Kardashian wear to the Grammys? Detach, let go. It's not important. Who is president? Not important. Detach, let it go. Detach, let it go. Who won the Super Bowl? Detach, let it go. What was the score of the game last night? Detach, let go. What am I going to eat for dinner? Detach, let go. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. Okay, nothing. Clear. And then you go into your meditative state. So you're basically, Sudi means like a cleansing, a purification. So you're basically cleaning your room before you go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So you're cleaning out all the thoughts that don't serve you before you go into a state of meditation. And that's when you have the most dynamic meditation. Like in yoga, they say your monkey mind. Your monkey mind is your tree jumping, your monkey jumping from tree to tree. Look over there, look over there. You know, so like, your mind is like that. So you're kind of clearing that out. You're kind of clearing out that mental clutter in your mind before you go into meditation. And that's probably what trips up 80% of people in meditation. I can't focus. Because reason they can't focus because they haven't cleared out their monkey mind. And just do that simple technique of Sudi. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. And just give yourself the affirmation of how does this serve me in the present moment. And you begin to see none of this really serves you in the present moment. So before you go into meditation, how does this serve me in the present moment? It doesn't, like knowing the score of the baseball game last night, how does it serve me doing my inner work right now? It doesn't. And you begin to cut out the distractions, like how does, I don't know, what Mike Tyson did yesterday serve me? It doesn't. That's Mike Tyson's life, not your life. So you begin to do your inner work and cultivate that stuff. And calm that monkey mind, because that monkey mind is powerful in the beginning. When I started on the path of Kriya Yoga, this is probably the biggest hurdle for me, because my mind was everywhere. I was, like I said, a master of distraction. Over all the years of my life, I felt comfort in, what do they call it, in food, comfort foods, right? I loved M&Ms, like, oh yeah, M&Ms were great. You know what I'm saying? I love drinking Pepsi. I was so stupid that when I DJ'd, my mind tricked me into thinking I needed a drink of a liter of Coke every night to stay awake while I DJ'd. And your mind is a master of tricking you into doing stuff you don't want to do. So you begin to clear out that. My guru used to say, go down the basement, open all the windows, get your broom, and sweep out all the dust. All the boxes that are in front of your door blocking your path to enlightenment, throw them all away. Don't let anything block your door. So you begin to open up the windows, sweep out all the dust, and kind of start cleansing and purifying your mind. And that would probably be the best way to focus. And that simple technique, detach, let go, is a powerful one. And I recommend it for a lot of people.
Back to zero.
Yeah.
Back to zero. Travel light, my friend. No baggage. No baggage on the divine flight. So all these sadhus and these yogis, they travel light. No baggage. So you see them walking around, they just have the clothes on their back, some malas, and some basic things, and that's it. Traveling light. None of this. I don't need to carry around this rock no more. It doesn't serve me in the present moment.
Yeah, I think I'm happiest when I get out of my mind. Like detach, let go. I can do that like when I'm painting. I just like I have no thoughts. I think yeah, letting go of all the thoughts is like feels so good. Like no clutter.
Yeah, and
I'm so
you
happy.
you begin to see these thoughts don't really serve you. Like I said, like how does this help me in the present moment? Knowing what Kim Kardashian is wearing to the Grammys.
It doesn't.
You're right, it doesn't. So you begin to detach from that, and they call it in yoga ego food. Your ego wants you to be attached to it. Look over here, look over here, look over here. It loves that, right? It's a master. Your ego is a master of chaos. But when you start to still your mind and exist in a state of stillness, your ego hates that. So it'll try to fight you, but don't let it win, you know? You are in control. You are the king of your castle. You are in control of your own mind and your body. So in yoga, they call it mastering the mind, meditation. So you basically have mastery over your mind when you meditate. Like, I am in control of my mind. And no matter what shiny things are over here or over there, it's not going to affect me. And you know, in our yogic practice, we say focus on the bindu, or focus on the outcome or the goal. So you might see shapes, you might see colors, you might see all kinds of things around. Just keep walking straight and focus on the main outcome or the main goal. So yeah, that would be probably be the best way I would put it. But once you start mastering your mind, you start throwing away
Yeah.
the trash that you used to carry around with you. It no longer serves you. You travel light on the divine path. You become what they call in India a sannyasi, a renunciate. I renounce all this. I don't care about the Super Bowl or the Grammy or the presidency, or I don't care about nothing, you know?
Yeah.
I do my inner work, and I focus inside me as me, and I do my inner work, and that's the most important goal in my life. So in yoga, they say the ultimate goal is self-realization. So you begin to realize yourself inside you as you, and all these shiny things and all these distractions that you collected your whole life, you begin to let go of. Like, they no longer serve you. So, but I understand, because I used to feel comfort in I don't know who won the Super Bowl, or
Yeah.
what is Kanye West doing today? Oh my God, I can't believe that. You know, now I'm like, I'm not Kanye West, so whatever he does, that's his business. I don't care. I'm doing my inner work, and I'm trying to realize myself as best as I can in the present moment. So,
So while I'm here, I have a lot of free time. So, I brought a book along to read, and it's called Behold a Pale Horse.
mm,
So
I've
it's
read that
about
book.
huh?
I've read that book before
Oh,
my Kriya
really?
yoga days. Yeah, it's by William Cooper, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in my it's going to be hard for you to believe, Paul, but before my Kriya yoga days, I was into conspiracy and that type of stuff. So I've read that book.
Well, it's very fascinating, but the reason I'm bringing it up is because the tactics that the powers that be use to control us, and one of their goals is to break up the family unit.
Mm,
They want to reduce the population because they don't need so many, as they call us, useless eaters. They just want
mm-hmm.
enough slaves to do their bidding and not a bunch of extra, so they cause inflation, and then when inflation comes, that's when they start a war, and that they make a lot of money off all the military stuff. But what the main point is about the breaking up of the family unit, and the way that's useful for them, because then they can get the kids to like go into like public schooling, or in the parents can't like take care of them, so they have more control over the minds of the young people. And this gender confusion stuff, that's a good benefit to them, because you know gay people cannot procreate, so that's good for them, because that helps reduce the population. So I'm kind of seeing that firsthand right now, because I don't know if you noticed, but the little boy was playing with a doll, and he kind of identifies like he's a girl. And I heard last night he asked his mom, how's this stuff getting into his mind? He asked about
Mm,
transgender, and he knew how much it was to have an operate. He's only 7 years old. He should not
mm.
know any of this crap. He should not even be
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
about that. So he's confused. In some cases, people that are gay, they might in a past life they might primarily incarnate as a female, and then maybe they come into this world as a male in one life, and maybe that's why. But I really don't know. But a lot of it could just be what he's like, the media and the stuff that he's taking into his young mind. So I'm trying to straighten him out. Um, and they kind of go along with him, and they like his middle name's Andre. Sometimes they'll say Andrea, and I don't really like that. Um, but also my first wife, she remarried and she had two girls, and one of them got that operation. They started taking hormones because they thought they're males. So it's really terrible. And I'm just thinking about the media we're consuming. Last night I was downstairs, we were all having dinner, and they're watching a violent boxing match,
Mm.
all the sex and violence that they show us on the TV. So yeah, it's I don't know what to do about that, but I'm hoping he'll outgrow that. And I had a little talk with him, this morning, just me and him, and I told him, God made you a boy, you're not a girl, you're a boy. And I just tried to, as gently as I could, explain it to him. But it's very disturbing, the breaking up of the family unit, and the gender confusion and everything that they're spreading to to accomplish their goals. But yeah, I just wanted to just bring that up. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
So once you become aware, you you begin to see their playbook, or their, how can you say, psyop, that, but you begin to realize that you do what serves you in the present moment, and you are the king of your castle. So you kind of begin to, like I say, become a detached witness and step back from the comedy show, or the clown show, and you just get your popcorn and laugh at it. Like, I, we've done all the thinking for you, so you don't have to, right? So once you realize that that's kind of their playbook, they want you to be a good a slave, or a cog in the wheel, or whatever you want to call it, a pawn in the game. Then you begin to see the pieces of the chessboard in 3D chess. Like, I got you. That's your plan. Ha, funny, right? You're, I'm a man, and you're trying to tell me I should be a woman. Not gonna happen over here. I know who I am inside me. So their job is, how can I say this to be lightly, like to confuse you, to put like confusion in your mind, so you don't know. When you know who you are inside yourself, or yourself realize, no one can tell you anything. I remember when I used to DJ, people would be like, "You're a bad DJ." I didn't believe them because I knew I was a good DJ. So when you have that knowing, no one can tell you who you're not. You know who you are, So you begin to let go of their projections. Like, whatever people project on you, just how can I say, let it reflect off your shield, or bounce off your shield, because you know who you are. So no one can tell you who you're not, because you know who you are. But that's in this war zone, this minefield of Maya delusion out there. It's tough, man. They're coming from you. Even me. When I leave out my house, I put up my Kavachum Shield mantra. I'm like, okay, here we go. We're going out here. They're coming. They're driving the wrong way. They're gonna talk bad about me. Everything they can do to get under your skin and dance around, they're coming. So you got to have these kind of tools to help you overcome this, and kind of laugh at the joke of the ego Maya delusional world on the stage of life, But they're definitely coming out there. They're definitely going to tell you who you're not. They're definitely going to they definitely hate the spiritual path, because they know that's probably the lightning path to help you overcome this. They like you living in a, what they say in that movie, The Matrix. Ignorance is bliss. That's the state they want you to be in, you know? Ignorance and bliss. Like the one guy, he was like, I just want to enjoy steak again. Ignorance is bliss. I don't care. You know, I'll throw all my friends under the bus. I don't care who lives or dies. I just want to be comfort in my medium rare steak. You know?
Yeah, I
So-
remember that scene.
So like people just get locked into that ignorance and bliss, and they're constantly bombarding you in school, in the mainstream media, everywhere. Your next door neighbor, you know, most people buy a car not because they like that car. They buy it to impress their next door neighbor. But when you stop caring what your next door neighbor thinks, which they don't even think anyway, that's just a built up perception in your mind. Like, my next door neighbor is going to think I'm a big shot because I drive a Mercedes. And believe me, I was locked into this delusion also, right? Like, man, I got all these zeros in my bank account. I'm better than all these people. I'm the greatest of all time, you know? And that's that little devil on your shoulder, that ego talk. Like, so when you just begin to do stuff that makes you happy and serves you in the present moment, you start detaching and unchaining yourself from the slave of the delusional Maya world, right? My guru used to say, 90% of people, if you open the bird cage door, the bird wouldn't even fly out.
Yeah.
They love their cage. They're attached to the cage. Their cage. They find comfort in their cage. They're in love with this the chain that enslaves them. They love their prison cell. So when you, in my case, I'm a free bird. You open that prison door, I'm gonna fly as high as possible. I want to fly as close to the sun as possible. You know, I don't believe anything. I want to figure it out for myself. So when you stop detaching yourself from the let's say the narrative or the, how would they put it, the psyop, you know, you begin to see the chess pieces on the 3D board, you know, like, good one. You almost got me there, you know, like, good one. You're going to mandate what I'm going to put in my body? Funny. You're a funny guy, Joker. You know, it reminds me that, I don't know if you ever seen this movie, 1984. So in 1984, there was a scene, I saw this a long time ago, so it might not be totally accurate, where they would say, what is 2 plus 2? And the guy would say 4, and they would shock him and like, wrong, you know, it's 5. So they're kind of training your mind what to think, right? But when you know 2 plus 2 is 4, then they can't trick you. But they're going to try to shock you. They're going to try to scare you. And in yoga, we always say, stay fearless. So when you're in a state of fear, like you don't care, they have a harder time. As you see, when they did the C word thing, they were always trying to get you in a state of fear. It was a constant bombardment of, these are the numbers of the people who aren't here no more. This is, it's a global crisis, whatever, right? To lower your vibration so you're easy to mandate stuff to. But if you are the king of your castle, you can't be mandated to. Like, no, I'm not doing that, you know? And it's difficult because they trick you into a mindset that you can't live unless you go to work. And if you don't go to work, you're going to die or you're going to sleep under a bridge. But I've been to the Himalayan mountains and no one worked. So it's possible, but it's a heightened spiritual, like a sage or a saint path, you know? You might not be able to get the iPhone 16, but you'll be happy in your cave. So it's a trade-off, I guess I would say. But yeah, they're definitely coming. So when I leave my house, I feel them pinging my shield, my atmosphere all day long. Like, ping, 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 you know? Ping, 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 you know, like, so, yeah, even something as simple when you pull up next to me at the light, I'll be singing my bhajans. I don't know, like I'll be saying Om Namah Shivaya mantra, and I'll have my window rolled down, and they'll be looking at me like, look at this crazy guy singing these mantras, and I look at them like, you don't know Shiva? You're crazy. And I sing it louder. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. And then they just speed off and the light turns green.
Yeah, I
Like,
think most people
you know,
get embarrassed and get quiet.
and then
Good.
speed off. Like, let's get out of here. This guy's on a heightened vibration. We gotta get out of here. We need lower vibrations. We need easy targets. So that's, in my opinion, they try to make you an easy target by lowering your vibration with fear and delusion and Maya. So if you're not an easy target, they have no food to eat, right? So I think in my perception, when they come to me, like, this guy's a lost cause. He believes in Babaji. He sings mantras all day. He meditates all day. We can't do nothing with this guy. We got to find somebody lower. Or the worst part is, like you said, like children in school. We got to bombard them, you know, and hope their father's not a yogi. If your father's Lahiri Messiah, you're in big trouble, because none of this is going to have no effect. So, yeah, I mean, what kind of evil plan is that, to plant seeds in a child's head of what their gender is?
Yeah.
Not my thing. You know what I'm saying? But they're out there, and if you open the door, my guru used to say, if God comes to your house in the middle of the night, don't leave him out in the cold and rain. If the ego comes to your house in the middle of the night, leave the ego out in the cold and rain. So same type of thing. They're coming. You just got to have the tools and the mindset to help you overcome this. But yeah, it's a war zone out there. It's a minefield of psyops and distractions and narratives, and oh my God. I remember when my guru told me, like, Vedguru Dev, you can no longer stay here with us in the Himalayan mountains. You have to go back to the world. I was like, please, Baba, no. There are animals out there. They're monsters. They're crazy in that in the lower world. Come on, Baba, please. I'll do anything to stay here. I'll clean your feet every day for the rest of your life. Just let me stay. No, Vedguru Dev, you can't stay here. Oh, please, Baba. It's so crazy down there. They're animals. They're killing each other. They're not loving each other. He goes, Vedguru Dev, you need to be a lighthouse in the darkness. You need to hold up that white flag on the front line. And I can't think of anybody better than you to do it. So I was like, oh, Baba, please. I was like on his feet begging. So
Please.
please, no. They're animals down there. Oh my God. They don't love each other. They hate each other. They just for a couple crumbs off the table, they'll sell out their own family. They'll do anything. You know, it's so crazy down there. He was like, you need to be on the front line and help people, because there's too much darkness but not enough light. So I said, well, I guess I'm gonna have to be on the front line. So once I think of it, I embrace that. Like, yeah, I didn't like it now, but now I want to be on the front line. I want to dance. Like, when the war between light and dark happens, I want to be the guy holding up the white flag. I want to be Braveheart, you know? Let's go! You know? Like, let's go! Get him! Ego! You know? Like, let's go! Lightness everywhere. Shine that light. You know, one of my favorite quotes from the Bible, I'm probably going to mess this up, but I'll try to say it as best I can. Yea, though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil, you know? Which kind of means, like, even though all this craziness has happened around you, it doesn't bring any fear into my light, because I carry the light of divinity. And when you carry the light of divinity or self-realization of consciousness or Shakti or prana, however you want to put it, you become radiating and glowing with that light, and things don't affect you. Kind of laugh at them like the joke they are. Like once they hit your atmosphere, they burn up on impact, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So all these meteors coming are like, believe me, I feel them coming to me also. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Donald Trump is president. What are you gonna do? You just kind of exist in a state of being and just not let anything affect you. Like, good one. Not listening, you know? Not going down that rabbit hole, trying to do my inner work and be the best person I could be. And you begin to realize you can't control what other people do. So why would you even get attached to what Kanye West did at the Oscars or what Kim Kardashian ate for dinner last night? Who cares? It doesn't affect you in the present moment. But they're masters of getting you to attach to something in the present moment. Like, but if you just exist in the present moment, it can't really affect you. Like, if you don't know where Ukraine is, you're not affected by Ukraine, because if a tree falls in the woods and you didn't hear it, did it really fall? So if I don't know, how could I say this? I was telling my mother this. I was like, be like your cat. Your cat doesn't know who Donald Trump is. Your cat doesn't know what Ukraine or Israel is. Your cat doesn't know who Kim Kardashian is. Your cat just eats, sleeps, enjoys the sun, and uses the bathroom. That's the way to be. So be like your cat.
Yeah.
Exist in a blissful, enlightened, heightened state 24 hours a day like your cat.
I know. I have a big question for you. I don't know, like a couple years ago, like people were told to get the jab, and
Right.
now people are saying that they're feeling side effects from it. Do you think Kriya Yoga could help with that, or what did you have been saying advice, to help people with problems, but
Funny you should say that too, because my daughter, she's going to nursing school, and she just had to get jabbed again, not just with COVID, but with all kinds of other crap. And I was like, no, you didn't have to take the COVID, did you? And she's like, yeah. And she doesn't believe that it's harmful. I'm like, well, I hope your beliefs are enough to make it so. You know what I mean? If she doesn't believe it's harmful, then maybe it won't harm
yeah,
her.
maybe if your thoughts don't believe, I don't know, but people are saying that they're feeling side effects from it. So what advice or help do you think maybe Kriya Yoga could help with that?
I would say if you have to get it, then I would use a technique. I remember when the C thing happened, I asked my guru, Baba, what should I do? And he kind of laughed. He laughed very hard, and he said, Fed Guru Dev, we're Kriya yogis. You think some chemicals they inject in our body can hurt us? Like I said, dissolving on impact, you know? When you light every cell of your body, it kind of, it dissolves on impact. You laugh at it like, that's, like when you go to the Himalayan mountains, you see a lot of yogis. They, like Shiva Angi said before, they smoke marijuana. These sadhus, they chew on tobacco leaves. They do all kinds of stuff that normally would affect them. And this reminds me of a good story I heard about Ram Dass. And his guru was Neem Karoli Baba. So when you see that picture I'm holding up in the Kriya Yoga School, that's Neem Karoli Baba. So I've been to his ashram, and it's right down the street from my guru's ashram. So I've been there millions of times. And they believe in Hanuman. That's their deity of choice. So he had a bunch of psychedelics. I guess this was like in the 70s, like LSD in his hand. And his guru was like, what is that? He was like, no, Baba, you can't take this. This will kill you. And he goes, give me one. And when he went to take one, he took them all and put them all in his mouth and just walked away. And he was like, oh, I just killed my Baba. Oh, wow. Like he didn't know. And nothing happened. He had no side effects. but that was because his vibration was on such a heightened state that no matter what he put in his body, he had the tools to evaporate it on impact, destroy on impact. So if you have to take the C word, I would just, how could I say, put your finger and use your Shakti path that you build up from your Kriya Yoga Sadhana, and right where they gave you the jab, just blow your prana that you've collected from doing all your pranayama to that place and blow it out. Just dissolve it out as much as you can. And you can do that for other people. So the Shakti you collected from your sadhana practice, just you use it to help other people. And in my case, my daughter's going to have to go through surgery next week, so that is a technique. I'm definitely going to do that. I give all my money in my spiritual bank and all my Shakti and pranayama I've collected over the years to uplift my child in these difficult times. So I would say do the same thing.
Did you have to take the jab at one time?
They tried to trick me a bunch of times, but I never took it. I just didn't. My intuition told me it wasn't right. And I always had the perspective and the mindset of I'm the king of my castle, and you can't mandate. I can't even say that. Mandate. There you go. Mandate. Sometimes I get stuck on these words.
Okay.
You can't mandate what I put in my body because I'm in control of what I do. So I don't care what fear tactics you use or what things you try to do to get me to put stuff in my body. I am the king of my castle, and I govern what happens over here. But they try to trick you. If you don't take it, you're not going to be able to go to a grocery store. Not true. You're not going to be able to fly. Not true. So you begin to see the liars tell lies. That's what I'll say, right? So if you're trying to get the truth from a liar, you're wasting your time, right? So when a liar tells a lie, I say that's what liars do. They lie, So when but they almost got me, I was like, how am I going to eat? How am I going to go to the store? Your mind starts tricking you, and you got to do it. You got to do it. It's free. Why wouldn't you do it? It's free, No, I can't do it, So they almost got me to go down that path, but then I kind of contemplated. I kind of went into my meditation practice and stepped back from the TV and say, nah, the how could I say? I pulled the curtain on the Wizard of Oz, and I saw the fat old bald man that the Wizard of Oz was. Like, you almost got me, liar. You almost got me. Yeah, good trick. Not today, not tomorrow, not never.
But as a DJ, you had to fly, and they didn't stop you at the airport or anything?
Yeah, that was
before.
Well, the C word killed my DJ career, so I was lucky enough where I didn't have to fly. So so
what about
all
you,
that
Bram?
was shut.
Did you just recently? I remember you were saying you might have to take it.
Oh, I didn't. I was able to. What is the word? I can't remember what. I don't remember the word, but I was able to say. I don't know. I had to look for it through the internet, but I was able to deny it. Say that.
Like a religious kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like it's.
I didn't even have to say it was religious. I wish I could think of that word to describe it, but I was able to say I didn't want to do it. So I was able to, no, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, because I remember back in the day, you could during the draft, you could say you're a conscientious objector, to get out of it, that type of thing. But I'm glad you didn't have to take it.
Yeah.
That makes me happy.
Yeah, and a lot of people are saying, no, I don't want to do that. Because there was such a huge shift to get it, and now people are like, no, I don't want to do that. So But I know, like your daughter, she did it, but I feel like
Yeah.
there's a lot more people that are saying,
And
no, I don't
I
want to
did
do that.
ask her. I said, now that Trump's in office, I think he's like, downplaying it to where they're not going to mandate it anymore. And I was like, can't you just, but she's like, no, I have to do it for nursing school or else,
Yeah, there's probably a lot of pressure on her.
Yeah. But interesting.
That's what I'm going to say. I don't take it for religious beliefs. God told me in a dream that I'm not taking it. I probably hate that the most, right? Like, you speak to God? Absolutely. Every day and twice on Sunday. This guy's a nut. Get him out of here. You're nuts. You don't believe in God? You haven't talked to God? You need to do inner work, right? Take
You're
more shots.
Yeah, you had just mentioned a dream, and I've been having a lot of crazy dreams lately. Well, one because I wake up, a lot in the night because of the jet lag, and so if you wake up during a dream, it's more easy to remember it. But I was asking my family here, do they have dreams? And they never remember anything. So it's weird. I was wondering why, some people have dreams and remember it and others do not.
Yeah,
It's weird.
well, when I got on the first path of Kriya yoga, I had crazy dreams. Like, it was like, how can I say, living in a horror movie. But I had a journal next to my bed and I would write it down. And these dreams are like I said before, like holding water in your hand. You're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh. So I used to try to write it out, but I realized that was a waste of time because it was going to be gone by the time I got to the first sentence. So I used to write like something like, my mother was there, my brother, so I would write down, and then I would fill it in later after it already dissipated. So that kind of helped. I had like a journal of my dream, and when I went back and like read it, I was like, "Whoa, crazy stuff."
Yeah,
But
like
now I kind of exist in a state of what they call turiya, which is like I like to say sunbathing in the grace of God, which is the, how would they say, the fourth, the highest state of the dreaming state. So Shiva Angi said in a previous satsang that before you go to bed, try to vibrate Om, and that would kind of transition you into a blissful state of dreaming. So I do that similarly. Like, I try to, how would they say this in yoga? They said there's a half a second where you try to catch that blissful state. So it's like trying to catch a fly in the chopsticks. Like, you remember that movie, The Karate Kid?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're trying to catch that blissful state and ride that blissful state the whole night, which they call in yoga turiya. And so I try to ride that turiya. And I see now, like, I don't really have any dreams. It's kind of sunbathing in the grace of God. That's the best way I would say. I'm not going to say I don't have dreams because it'd be possible, like, but I try to cultivate and enhance that blissful state of turiya. So I'm just kind of sunbathing in the grace of God with a big smile on my face the whole time. Dreaming.
I'm sure we're all dreaming, but we just may not remember it,
Yeah, true. So my dreams are of the sun and clouds and in the blissful astral plane of whatever they would call it, heaven or wherever. Wherever I'm at, I'm nowhere and I'm everywhere at the same time. So I'm somewhere, but who knows where that somewhere. Exist in a state of samadhi while sleeping. That would probably be a good way to put it also.
Um, when Babaji spoke to you, I remember a few times Babaji has spoken and said, "My child." Like, were you able to see him as well, or was it just a voice that you heard?
It's mostly a voice. It's never been physical. Like, I could
Not
touch
like the
Babaji.
Archangel Michael thing, in other words.
Yeah, that wasn't physical either. That was more of
But
a,
you did see them, kind of.
yeah, in like a dream kind of intuition kind of state, I would say, in a meditative state.
Right, right.
But see, I I see Babaji in that kind of state also, but it's not the physical. It's not always the same form. It could come in a yantra form, or it could come in a glowing, bright light ball form. So it just depends. But I'm not really attached to the form. I'm more attached to the vibration and the message, right? You know? And Baba G is not like a long-winded type of guy. It's short to the point, you know? My child, go to the Himalayan mountains. How? Call this guy, this guy, this guy, go. You know? Like something like that. My child, you know what to do. End transmission. So Baba G's not, and all these deities aren't like long-winded. They're quick and to the point, you know? So, and once you have a heightened awareness, you get to signal better telepathically, let's say, you know? So that's another thing. You're trying to collect a bunch of information and fit the pieces of the puzzle, like, who's that over there? Who's that? You know? Who spoke? You know? Like, okay, what's your name? You know? You're trying to figure out what's going on the fly. So, but I begin to realize, like, for the longest time, I wanted the Baba G to appear in the physical form. Now I'm kind of like, it's not necessary. Baba G has done enough for me. I'm just going to do the best I can, do the most inner work I can. So I kind of feel like, it's probably going to say woo-woo to people that aren't on the spiritual path. I feel their presence, right? And I feel them kind of smiling down on me like, look at this crazy DJ guy, Vedguru Dev. He's doing it. God bless him. You know, if he could do it, there's no excuse for anybody, because he was the most unlikely of all yogis or gurus on the path. So there's no excuse for anybody else. He just did the inner work. There's no magic secret technique or any. There's no lightning path. He just did the work. So yeah, I would say they're. When the message comes, it's a message that you need to hear at the time. And it's, sometimes you don't know the message at the present time, the meaning, but it becomes later evident to you. I say Babaji's 2 years ahead of me. I'm just trying to catch up to him. So like something like, let's say the Kriya Yoga School. Babaji, what am I going to do with all these Kriyas? Don't worry, my child. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Well, what does that mean? You know? Okay, all right. I'm just keep doing my sadhana and going. And then Chad calls me. Let's do the Kriya Yoga School. Our interview went well. And I say, there it is, right there. You know? My first question to him was, can we help people? Yeah, we could help people worldwide on the SKOOL platform. I said, go, you know? Now I know what to do. So at the time, I didn't know what that meant, but he's 2 years ahead of me. I'm just catching up to him. So, but yeah, these messages, I do treasure them and cultivate them, and I try to write them down and contemplate and meditate on them. But yeah, so, but I told her in a satsang before, Babaji's busy. He's trying to save the world with Jesus and all the other ascended masters. He doesn't need to come show himself to me. If he does, that'd be nice. I would treasure it, but not necessary. You know, I'm trying to do my inner work. I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. I'm sure there are other people that need Babaji way, way, way more than me. So go see them, go help them. They need more direction. I'm good. I got enough Kriyas, and I have enough sadhana to last me my whole lifetime. Pranayama, meditation. So, yeah. But if he shows up, I'm definitely gonna treasure it and enjoy it.
Absolutely.
I don't. It kind of seems like if you're doing your sadhana, your practice, it would be impossible to be sad or depressed.
True.
So, yeah, I don't know. You just seem so excited and happy talking about it. So maybe if you're sad and depressed, it would take you out of those feelings that you're having.
Yeah, I teach Kriya Yoga, not because it's a money thing, because I'm generally authentic and enthusiastic about practicing Kriya Yoga. As you could probably see on the video, like, I love Kriya Yoga. I love Babaji. It's not a front or something fake or some costume I'm trying to put on. I really eat, sleep, and love Kriya Yoga and Babaji. So I try to show that by my actions also. Yeah, and if you do your sadhana, you really it you don't have time to focus on sadness or anger, because if you're up in the full wheel pose, you're just focusing on surviving another day.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, I got no time for Kim Kardashian, what she wore to the Grammys, because I'm trying to get down from this pose. You know? So it really kind of keeps you laser focused, your sadhana, because you don't have time for distractions or mental clutter or the monkey mind, because you're focusing on the practice, on your sadhana, whatever asana you're doing, whatever pranayama, your technique. So it keeps you like centered and balanced, and like, so yeah, and when you're doing mantra japa, you're focusing on the sound syllables, the bija, so you don't have time to focus on anything else. It's kind of training your mind into that laser focus, where all these distractions in the outside Maya delusional world don't affect you, because you're trying to survive the plow pose. When
Yeah.
your feet are over your head and your knees are touching your ears on the ground, you got no time for Kim Kardashian at the Grammys.
I got no time for you.
I got no time for you. I'm just trying to live another day. and and you begin to realize, like, when you don't panic in these asanas and you just breathe into the stretch, it becomes way more powerful and dynamic. So that was a good lesson, because when you get in these kind of pretzel kind of asanas, your body kind of panics, right? Like, I can't breathe, like,
Yeah.
and then when you just kind of breathe, and or you add like Kriya Kundalini pranayama, like K-Cherry Mudra, Ujjayi breath, it really helps calm you, and you just breathe into the stretch. And that was probably one of the most important lessons in the asana. Just breathe, Vedguru Dev. You're okay. Nothing to fear. Just because your knees are next to your ears and you're pretzeled up, you still breathe the same as when you're regular. And just breathe and enjoy it. So, be a Bogar, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to remember to breathe, but it's so important. So they always cue us, you breathe, when the
Yeah.
instructor's like, you're in it. And that helps sometimes. Oh, yeah, I wasn't breathing, So, yeah.
True. You definitely got to remind yourself to, your body's been conditioned to panic and be in a state of fear so many years, that it's just its natural comfort and its natural go-to when something happens. So you kind of got to untrick it, like dissolve what its conditioning is, and just breathe. But yeah, it's also good to have like a guided meditation. Just breathe. Breathe. You're fine, Paul. You're fine. Don't worry. This looks scary, but it's not scary, because you have the power of breathing. You do your pranayama, do your breath work, breathe, do your spinal breathing, breathe into the stretch, breathe into the stretch. You see in our class all the asanas, I'm always like, breathe into the stretch, breathe through your spine, from the root to the crown, from the root to the crown, if you want to add some more, add the bandhas, Mula Bandha, Uddiyana Bandha, squeeze lightly, and yeah, just breathe, and when you get this perspective, then you really kind of relax and comfort. And that's what all these asanas are for, to relax and comfort. It's not exercise, it's not gymnastics, it's not to impress your neighbor, it's to relax and comfort effortlessly. So that's when you're really doing these asanas, when you're relaxing in comfort.
Where is everybody, by the way?
I don't know. Brian's getting married this Saturday, so he's probably busy with his crazy week of Thai marriage, you know, and in Thailand it's a big thing. I know because I've experienced it. They have like a parade, and they have 9 monks, and it's a big ordeal. So it's a super celebration, let's say. So I'm sure he's got a lot on his plate, and a lot on his mind, let's say. So
Yeah.
once that clears, I'm sure Brian will be in a better headspace. But it's a whirlwind this week. I'll say it like that. So
Yeah.
I don't blame him, you know, because I understand it's a long process to get married in Thailand in the Thai traditional way. Let's say it. So
I don't know. I thought Shivanji was gonna come because she texted me earlier today, but I don't know because the time was wrong on the school site, so she might have come an hour early and saw nobody was here. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Like I
my
did
mind was
yesterday.
my mind was kind of scattered today. I just realized when you told me that I set the calendar on our Kriya Yoga School an hour early, so my mind's all scrambled. I was like, what? When's daylight savings time? When isn't it? Oh man, you know, so much on my plate these days. You know, I'm trying not to get in an accident in Bangkok. I'm like, oh, dang.
Keep it
All right,
together.
but you know, like I said, before we get on the Satsang, my mind is everywhere. You know, it's all over the place. When I get on the Satsang, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's like, I'm with my family. I'm with my community. Life is good. Nothing matters outside this bubble. This walled garden we're in right now is such a beautiful place. And I recommend anybody who sees this to come join us and enjoy our nice walled garden, our shielded community away from the glare of the outside world.
I don't know, something I like doing is the mantras, and I can do those at work. Like today, I was cutting like hundreds of pounds of pork loin, and my arm was killing me. But I just started like doing different ones. I don't know, like an easy one, just doing and then
Yeah.
like doing different ones because it kind of like distracted me from the pain in my arm after a couple hours of doing that. But I find that the mantras are really helpful, and I can take those anywhere. And
Yeah. So when I used to DJ, I DJ in a nightclub, it's chaos. It's a million different stories, and it's just chaos. Like I don't know how to explain it. I used to put my malas behind my back and DJ like this and just say it right, and it
Yeah.
helped keep me in a good headspace in the chaos of the loud music and millions of different individual stories. So yeah, when you have the practice of mantra japa, it really helps you overcome and not get attached to anything. You're just kind of going through the motions, but keeping your energy, your spirituality intact also, and cultivating it and enhancing it. So I really got a lot of benefits from doing that in the chaos of the Maya delusional world in the nightlife, let's say. My
Yeah.
guru used to say, anybody can be a spiritual enlightened being in the caves of the Himalayan mountain of the forest with no distractions. But the real spiritual beings go into the middle of New Delhi or Times Square, and they keep their spirituality intact in the chaos.
Yeah.
That's when you really achieve mastery over your mind in the chaos, right? So no matter what happens, you keep that calm stillness state, that samadhi. You maintain that samadhi permanent state throughout the day, no matter where you're at or what situation. But life would definitely test you. That is definitely for sure.
Yeah. That's the real
as
test.
as in my case, also, I don't want people to think like Vedguru Dev, he don't go through nothing. Oh yeah, I do. I go through a lot also. I just have the tools to overcome. So, So when life tests me, I said, you want to dance? let's dance, you know. This is the mountain I gotta climb. Good. I got hiking boots already. I'm ready to go. I'm a mountain climber now, so I relish the adventure. Let's say it like that, you know. But
Yeah, and
I also relish the non-adventure also. My mother used to say, no news is good news. So I like that even better. But if I have an adventure, I get my adventure hat on, my Indiana Jones hat on, and I get my whip ready and get to rolling. And
yeah, and like
whatever
just
obstacles come in my life, then that's what I overcome. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry to
oh,
cut you
oh, I'm
off.
sorry. No, I was just thinking you're probably just like inspiring people, just keeping keeping your positivity and your vibration up when you go out into the world that you don't want to go out to. So like people just being around you is probably lifting them up, and like maybe that's raising their vibration too. Just being
Yeah,
in your
hopefully.
presence.
Absolutely. That's what I aim to be, collectively raising the vibration of everybody I'm around, or the whole country, the whole continent, the
Yeah.
whole world, the whole universe. So, you know, collectively raising the vibration, or being a light in the darkness, or holding up the white flag on the war zone of light and darkness, you
Yeah.
know? So, you know, in our class, we're always trying to overcome the lower chakras and raise our vibration to the higher chakras always. So it's the same. Climbing the ladder up to bliss, not climbing the ladder down to ignorance, if you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
I
So
want to raise mine
all
as high as possible.
always climbing, always climbing, always climbing, but there's another step in the ladder to climb always, but you know, keep going, you know, it's not a straight path like Patanjali says. It's a zigzag path, you know? You fall off the path. Some days are better than other days. Dust yourself off, keep walking straight. So don't go lower, always go higher, my friend. Always
Yeah.
go higher. So, you know, all our techniques are, you know, from the root to the crown, from the root to the crown, from the root to the crown, you know? You're always trying to bring up that vibration. You're not trying to exist in the lower vibrations like a pig rolling in the mud. But and that's where most of the people do live, in the lower, you know, the three lower chakras. So they find, like I said, ignorance is bliss. They love that lower vibration. So
Yeah, and
yeah, so
the higher I raise my vibration, then I can burn off more karma. Is that how it works? I can just keep
true.
going.
Well, all these processes, all your sadhana is basically burning your karma and not getting you attached to any karma. So, like I said in previous satsangs, in yoga, they would say there's three types of karma: agama karma, pradrahar karma, and sanchita karma. So that basically equals like karma you've collected in your past life, present day karma, and future karma. So if you don't create no karma in this life, then there will be no future karma because you don't have any. So you're just basically burning that trash mountain of karma you've collected from all your incarnations when you're doing your sadhana. So any sadhana you do, asanas, pranayama, meditation, mantra japa, bhakti, is all indirectly burning your karma. So,
Wow.
but I mean, that's not the main reason I do my sadhana, but it's a added byproduct and
Yeah.
benefit from doing your sadhana. So yeah, so just burn that big mountain of karma you have,
Well,
and
it's a great
don't
motivation.
don't create no other karma, and there'll be no reason for future karma. Cause so that's basically what I do. But I
Yeah.
mean, I don't really think about it. I just kind of, you know, Kriya means action, so we're action yogis. I just kind of do, and wherever it takes me, that's what happens. So they say Vedguru Dev, when I get to the pearly gates, or the council of elders, whatever you want to call it, they say, Vedguru Dev, you burned this amount of karma. I said, all right, I wasn't trying, but that's good to know. So you're indirectly non-attaching
Yeah.
yourself to karma and burning it. Let's say it like that. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't think about it too much. You know, what as Kriya yogis, we are doers. We're not really good storytellers, or how could I say, think about it. We just kind of do.
Yeah.
Like let's take action. Let's see what happens. So that's always the question about all these Kriya yoga practice. When you read Autobiography of Yogi and all these books, they talk a lot about Kriya yoga, but they don't tell you how to do. So in our school, we cut the fat and we just do, you know? Like, you want to learn Kriya yoga? Here it is, all, you know? Be the best Kriya yogi you have. Send me messages, ask questions anytime. Come on these satsangs. We're open books. So, like, yeah, just start doing. So that was my question. Okay, I understand Kriya Yoga is the lightning path to enlightenment. How? And we kind of break that down in our Kriya Yoga school for free. These are the 5 folds of Kriya Yoga. This is who I am. This is what my lineage is. This is my parampara. Like, even me on YouTube, like, every day I get like a chat, like, what is your lineage? You know, that's why I made that video, like, right there, you know? So, like,
Yeah.
cutting out the fat, you know, you love Kriya Yoga, you resonate with it, let's just practice it, you know? Get started. There's simple, easy techniques. It's for everybody. Anybody can lie down on their back. Anybody can do Hamsa. Anybody can do any of these techniques. So just, let's get started doing, you know?
Yeah. I don't know, like, just doing the practice, I've noticed like little signposts, like at work, like I'll be given like the hardest assignments, but instead of getting mad about it, I'll be like thinking in my mind, okay, how am I going to attack this? And it doesn't even seem that hard. And the other day, some lady, she's like, "Oh, I got the cart that you built for me. It was so good. Nobody's ever done that much work for me." But I don't know. I noticed like my mindset's changing. I'm not like complaining about things as much. I'm just like, all right, how do I attack this? How do I solve these problems? So like little things are starting to click. So I think, yeah, you don't even think about it. It just happens. Yeah.
Yeah, once you surrender yourself to the practice, it just kind of happens. And you indirectly, automatically have a shift in your mindset and your perspective.
Yeah.
And then later you begin to see, like, oh, yeah, I handled that pretty good. Like, these techniques are kind of uplifting me and helping me
Yeah.
get out of my mind space and, you know, of my fear state or my Maya delusional state. Yeah, okay. And then once you see it's working, you kind of lean into it and cultivate it even more. And you're like, okay, cool. This one really worked for me. I'm going to practice it. I'm going to add it into my daily sadhana, integrate it into my life. And yeah, this feels really good. So I'm going to keep cultivating it and be the best Kriya yogi I could be.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm solving problems that I have no problems.
I have no problems. That's a good way to put it, right? The problems I think I have, I don't really have. Because people have way bigger problems than I have. So I enjoy the problems I have. Because it could be a lot worse. Or it could be a
Yeah.
lot better.
Well, guys, I'm about
Oh,
to
I was
head out into the Maya delusional world, so I'm going to have to sign off.
Oh, Paul, I was gonna ask you a favor.
Yes.
I needed to like just go to the bathroom for a second. I was just wondering if you could hold down the fort for just like 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
We need somebody to listen to Ved Guru Dev while he rambles.
Yeah. Also, my battery's about to die, so I'm going to try to plug in here. But yeah, I'm
Okay,
going to
and-
go. One thing I love about it here is, all services are much cheaper than in the United States. So I'm going to go get a massage for like $10. So that's always great.
Oh, yeah. I live in Thailand. I know exactly what that is. My daily food is like $1. You know,
Yeah.
obviously they have Thai massage here too. So the cost of living is way cheaper than in America. So something that would cost, I don't know, 10 times more costs 10 times less in Southeast Asia.
Definitely. Do you get massages or anything?
Yeah, every once in a while, you know,
It's
but
it's
not
really
too
helpful,
regularly. Yeah,
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 I go to this place and they're all blind. It's like they're all blind, and so that's how they make their living. And I think because they're blind, their other senses are more heightened. I think they like can
true.
they can feel you and everything like that. So I've really enjoyed that. But
Yeah, in Thailand, the massage place I go is blind also, and
oh really?
I agree. I agree. Their sense of feel and touch is really heightened. So I prefer the blind man. I request the blind man. I have a blind man I go to, and he goes in deep. Let's say it like that. But I don't go too often. Let's say like once or every other month I'll go because like my yogic practice, my sadhana, my asanas kind of indirectly massage me, so I'm pretty loose
Right.
just by my own asana practice. But if I do, sometimes I'll be in that part of town and I say, oh yeah, I'm gonna go see my blind guy, and
Yeah.
he's ready for me. But yeah, he goes in deep. I tell him like I don't want like I want a deep tissue massage. I don't want a light Thai massage, So he gets in there with his elbow and puts it on your pressure points, and yeah,
That's
you,
exactly
you,
what I
you
told my guy too. He's like, well, how do you want it? I'm like, deep tissue, yeah. And he did really great. And I have one guy that I like to go to. And also, do you know about the burping technique? Do they burp over there?
no.
Have you? Yeah, like some of
I
these
mean,
ones, they'll burp
I,
and they're doing something. They're saying they're taking something out of you, and then I guess it goes into them, and then they release it through a burp. But
yeah, that's
that's
interesting.
yeah. But you could probably
Yeah,
search that up.
they they put you in. They put their knees on your back and kind of bend you back. Like the bow pose, and they
Yeah.
put you in like the bow pose. But I do the bow pose every day, so I'm like another day at the office. But for like a regular person, that would be kind of extreme. And they're always surprised. Like most people are like, "Ugh." I'm like, woo, breathing into it.
Yeah.
I do this on my own every day, so they're like, where'd this guy come from? Like there's something different about this guy, even though he's blind and he can't see me. He's like, I hear him telling the other people in Thai that like this guy's different. His energy and his alignment is different. So.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but yeah, they do like to bend you backwards and put their knees in your back and the elbows on the bottom of your feet and really kind of get in. But I welcome that. So I said,
Great.
I actually my blind guy has like a bunch of muscles. He's like a indirect bodybuilder. I don't know how he got those muscles. So I
I
said,
mean,
let's
it's
get
hard
to it.
work, so just by doing those massages, they probably get a lot of muscles just that way, doing that
Yeah.
all the
So.
time.
Yeah, if he does that all day, maybe that's how he got his muscles. But yeah, it's I gotta pack a lunch when I go see him, or he's gotta pack a lunch when he sees me. However you want to look at it, he probably thinks he gotta pack a lunch. Like here's that flexible guy. I don't know why he's so flexible, but I welcome it, and I say, oh, here's that deep tissue guy with his elbows and his knees. Let's do it.
Great. All right, well, guys, have a great day. I'm gonna try to make the next song for sure, and unless I get my time and dates confused, but I think I got it down now.
Well, thank you
Yeah.
so much for coming.
And our next
Thank
class
you.
will be our 1 year anniversary. So try to attend
Excellent.
that one. And you'll get a 9-month certificate in the next one.
Great. Namaste. Have a great
Namaste.
day.
Namaste, Paul. Have a great time in the Philippines. Thank you
you.
for joining us.
Sure. We'll see you soon.
All right, take care.
Oh, it's gone. Okay. Let me see.
Okay, great. I guess it's me and you now. I got these pop-ups on my screen that come.
Oh no.
Yeah, when you see me get up, I'm closing it. I don't know how they got there, but yeah. So this sad
Well,
song's been pretty good. I've been pretty
yeah.
long-winded. I guess I
You've been on
kept
fire.
that. I kept that mindset. And you know what? Before I came on here, I was like, yesterday I had to stay up 24 hours to go to Bangkok for my daughter's surgery, and I was like, I kind of woke up today like a ton of bricks, like,
Yeah.
like, but then when I got on the sad song, I was like, Kim Kardashian, and I was like, oh, that's exactly what I need. Like, I
Yeah.
guess I planted that seed in my mindset,
Yeah.
like,
Detach, let go, let go.
yeah, I need to go over 8 minutes, to make this effective, and so I was at the airport and monkey and yeah, so that's pretty funny.
I know I don't know, I've been reading a lot about Shiva, so and then I've started looking into Parvati, and this is gonna make some Shiva lovers mad, but I feel like she's the prize. Like she's doing all this work for him to get him to notice her, and I think that she's the one that's the prize. But I don't know. She gave
I,
up.
I would say you're not probably wrong. Like Shiva's kind of a nomad, like kind of like Shiva Angi said, like a wild man. He just does his own kind of thing. So you really need that shiny diamond to get Shiva's attention, because he's just in a state of samadhi and heightened meditation. He's dreaming with his eyes open. Let's say, So you need that shining bright diamond to get Shiva's pure unconscious attention. Let's say it like that.
Yeah, I think I read that like before she was helping Brahma like create the universe, but to come
Mm.
down here to be with Shiva, she had to reincarnate. I don't know, and then she's the one that remembered him, not him. But she had to give up her I guess she was a princess. She had to give up her lifestyle, her great lifestyle, and live out in nowhere. I don't know. I think she spent years like doing her sadhana, meditating for him to even notice her. I don't know. And he would. I don't know if if she made him mad, he would just like, what was the story? He banished her to be daughter of a fisherman, and she could only marry a fisherman. And then he started to miss her. I don't know. He would just like do crazy things because she made him mad. Like,
Yeah, well, Shiva's
yeah,
a wild man.
but I don't know. I guess the deities are supposed to show you your human side, so I guess that's what Shiva's doing. So as a,
Yeah,
I don't know, in his human form. So
yeah, but even in Shiva's human form, he's still pure consciousness and that
yeah,
dreaming kind of meditative state of samadhi 24 hours a day. So it's hard to get Shiva's attention. But it's possible. Like the story we told last week in Mahashivarachi, this guy was just plucking leaves because he was bored, and unintentionally it hit the Shiva lingam, and Shiva saw that as a blessing of putting bay leaves, bilva leaves onto the Shiva lingam. So
yeah, I
it's
like that
possible.
story.
And even indirectly, you get Shiva's blessings on Mahashivarachi.
Yeah, no, a lot of the deities that were reincarnated from Parvati, I liked. So I was thinking maybe I liked Parvati all along because Kali's from Parvati, Annapurni, Durga. Trying to think of a couple more, but those come to mind. But I don't know, I guess, and it seems like those all manifested because she was angry at Shiva. Or yeah.
That when doing bhakti to deities, there's no right or wrong way. It's just whichever resonates with you. So if Parvati resonates with you, then that is the best deity for sure. So
Yeah.
you don't really have to explain it to anybody. Just
Yeah.
cultivate and enhance
Yeah.
Parvati. Like if you're a chef and Annapurna resonates with you, Annapurna it is.
Yeah.
Just because I resonate with Shiva doesn't mean anybody else has to. It's just
Yeah.
whatever deity uplifts you, that is the best deity.
Yeah, I guess I see Parvati, she's like being the perfect wife and trying to do everything perfect for him. I don't know. And sometimes it
That's
doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's enough.
it sounds like a tall mountain to climb to please
Yeah.
Shiva. How can you please the guy who has everything, who is everything? The Adi Yogi, the Adi Guru, the first number one, the first meditator. So it's a tall mountain to climb, but yeah,
She was
I
his
guess
first, she was the first disciple of him. Have you heard that?
like
Well,
the
I don't,
Sapta Rishis, or that
what,
that probably could be true. I mean, I can't say for sure. Like,
yeah,
maybe Shiva was so impressed by her devotion to Shiva that he showed her these meditative techniques
yeah.
that he showed the seven Sapta Rishis that took around the world.
Yeah, I guess he was showing her some technique or explaining something, but it was like taking years, and she yawned, and it like really made him mad. like, 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 it's taking 200 years. I'm kind of tired. like, I don't know. like,
there, time is useless in
yeah,
Shiva's realm.
yeah,
I saw one story that I don't know if it's Parvati or somebody, another deity, that her father didn't like Shiva,
yeah,
and he cursed Shiva, and Shiva got mad and dropped his mountain on him. So there's some
yeah.
good Shiva stories out there,
Right.
but yeah, Shiva always gets a pass because he's pure consciousness. So
Yeah,
these are good stories, but Shiva is pure universal cosmic consciousness. Like you see in the dancing Shiva statue I had in Mahashivarachi. The beginning. How could I say this? The creation, the preservation, and the destruction. So like the circle of life. Like, so he is everything and everywhere. And I like when my guru said he would apply this to Shiva also. He said Shiva defined is Shiva confined, right? So
yeah. We can't
Shiva is beyond
define
even
him.
stories, energy, everything, beyond comprehension. Like, we're trying to make something that can't be made sense of. So these are good stories to tell to children or on TV, but just have Shiva inside you as you. So I am Shiva and Shiva is me. So if you see the reflection of the divine spark of Shiva inside you, then you will be Shiva. And cultivate the Shiva inside you in your own Kailash nuclear power plant inside you.
Yeah,
You are a radiating, glowing nuclear Kailash Shiva nuclear reactor inside you as you. So you cultivate, enhance that same energy inside you.
nice. So, can you tell me the story again about why he drank the poison? What was happening? Why he needed to drink poison to save us? What was the story again?
So from my best recollection, this is
Okay.
how could I say, how would I say this? This isn't word for word, so
Okay, yeah, it's like just how you
give, give,
remember it.
give me some slack.
Yeah, if anybody's
I'm not a
listening,
I'm
give me
not a
some
Vedic
slack.
scholar or a supreme Shiva teller, So I'll try to remember the story I told on Mahashivarachi because my notes aren't in front of me.
Yeah,
So basically, the how can I say that? Let me see. Maybe I do have that. Do I have that around here? Let me hold on. Let me
okay.
see. Maybe
I don't know. It was kind of fuzzy. I just wanted to hear it again.
okay. Yeah, I have it here. I have it in my notes. Okay, so I'll read it word for word what I said on Mahashivarachi. The night Shiva drank the poison, Sanmudra Mathan. The theme is sacrifice and protection of the universe. During the great churning of the cosmic ocean, known as Sanmudra Mathan, the Devas, which are the gods, and the Asuras, which are the demons, sought the nectar of immortality. As they churned, many divine treasures emerged. Along with them came deadly poison, Hala Hala, so potent that it could destroy the entire creation. The Devas and the Asuras panicked. Even Lord Vishnu could not neutralize its effects. Desperate, they turned to Lord Shiva, the supreme protector. Without hesitation, Shiva took the poison in his hands and drank it, holding it in his throat to prevent it from spreading. As a result, his throat turned deep blue, giving him the name Nilakantha, the blue-throated one. To cool him down, goddess Parvati placed her hands on his throat, and the Devas poured water over him. This is why the devotees perform Ashakam, the sacred bath, on the Shiva Lingam during Mahashivarachi, using water, milk, curd, honey to honor the great sacrifice. The moral of the story: true devotion and selflessness can protect and save the world. Shiva reminds us to embrace difficulties for the greater good. So that's basically the story. So Shiva basically made the divine sacrifice for the greater good because no one else had the power or could do anything when the poison emerged. Because when they were fighting over immortality, it kind of churned the ocean. And as a result, this poison came out. So without hesitation, they turned to Lord Shiva. Shiva, please help us. He took the poison in his mouth and put it in his throat. And to cool him down, Parvati put her hands over Shiva's throat. And that's why they pour water, milk, honey, curd over the Shiva Lingam as a symbolization, cooling Shiva down for making the greatest sacrifice for the greater good of the world.
Yeah, he's like a hero. I don't know, like not. I don't know, like certain people will like first responders will just like jump in and help, but a lot of people won't. So that's how I see Shiva, is he's willing to sacrifice himself to make things better.
Yeah,
A lot
selfless
of people,
service, saving the universe.
yeah,
What's better than that? He said without hesitation, he took it in his hands.
yeah.
He didn't even think about it for 1 second. Oh, we got Brian's here.
Hello, Brian.
Namaste, Brian. We were just talking about you.
Oh wow, okay.
Oh, I think
Yeah, I just
your
noticed
mic.
yours-
Oh yeah, your microphone's good now.
Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, I just had to flip that down, I think. How's it going?
Yeah, it's
Good.
going good. Paul was just asking, "Where's Brian?" And I said, "Brian has a busy week of getting married."
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
We understand, and I understand completely because I've been through the process of the 9 monks and the parade and all the festivities and all the Thai traditions. So my heart
Yeah.
goes out to you, Brian. I understand what you're going through.
Yeah, I remember before you said just get your mind right.
Right.
But yeah, it's good. They're welcoming, and yeah, I'm staying over Actually, so it's interesting. We were gonna stay separately at some apartment or something, but there's some issue there with mold and whatever, so we had to move out of there. And yeah, so now I'm staying. I have been staying at my wife's parents' house, and then we had to take a trip to Bangkok because she had something for work, and then we came back. So I've been like constantly traveling and doing different things. And now, just yesterday, like 20 of her family members got here, and they're all staying in the same house. so
Wow.
uh, so yeah, it's interesting. I'm being acclimated and integrated into the family, full force here. So yeah, so it's interesting. But yeah, but I kind of don't have much fear anymore. I don't know. I like about like everyone is pretty much accepting of me and whatever, and even I have like issues, like I can't eat like most of the Thai food because it's so spicy, especially the southern Thai food, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's even more spicy than the northern food. So yeah, so they're eating all sorts of different curries and stuff. And but yeah, even the older ladies, they're like, "Oh, you cannot eat this, right?" They say in Thai. So yeah, they're all like really welcoming to me, and I feel like part of the family. So it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, so they say Kun Tai, which means I am Thai, right? They call you Kun Tai. And I always say Thai Rack Thai, which means Thai love Thai. So anytime I go to the store, I say Kun Tai, like I'm Thai. Like give me Thai price, not Farang price. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not a Farang. I am Thai. I'm Kun Tai, right? And
Uh,
yeah, I noticed when I got married too, like they like it super spicy. Like, whoo, you can't even believe. Like, so they had a jar of hot peppers, right? And my wife would just eat it. And my mother from America couldn't believe it, right? She was like, "No, you're gonna die." And they were like, "Oh, it's like candy, you know." So
yeah.
they call it pet, which means hot, right? And I always have to go my pet when I go to the order stuff, and even my pet is still spicy for me. I'm like, my pet, you know? They're like nitnoy, which means a little bit, but their nitnoy is like super spicy to me, even, right? So their real spicy is like atomic spice, you know? Like my mother was
Yeah.
blown away, like yum 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 yum. She was like, "Oh my God, she's gonna die," you know? It's like another day at the office, you know? No pet here, you know? Nitnoy, no pet. So yeah, so when you go to these real Thai traditional places, you have to have a diet tailor made for you, because if you eat the
Yeah.
real Thai food, what they're accustomed to, you'll be blown away.
Yeah. For me, I'm the subscribed to the 7-Eleven diet while I'm traveling.
7-Eleven.
Because-
Yeah, I
I
understand too. When I went to my wife's village, 7-Eleven was my best friend. You know, that's where I knew they had what I needed. You know, it wasn't my preferred diet, but in Rome, do what Romans do. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's just like even people say, "Oh, it's processed food and everything," but like if you are not accustomed to like the bacterial flora and all that stuff, and you try to eat street food and you have a GI problem, it's not going to go well for you. So actually, like the
For real.
pasteurized, like prepackaged stuff, it's actually very helpful, especially when you're traveling. So I definitely had to learn that the hard way. So not only just the spiciness, but yeah, the street food can be of bad quality. It can be sitting out and stuff like that. And but these Thai people, they probably have so many different spicy foods. It probably kills the bacteria, right? Their
Yeah.
stomachs are so strong, so hardened, right? So, but I'm not on their level, so I just kind of have to accept that. And yeah, but yeah, it's fine. But it seems like it's interesting how different cultures, they have different sort of tastes that they get used to. And even like not even just spicy, but when you order like if you order a drink like sweet milk with strawberry or something like that, if you
Yeah.
say like wan nitnoy, like a little bit sweet, it will still be
Yeah.
extremely sweet.
True.
So you have to say like
No
my
sweet.
wan loy, like not at all, right? Like not
Yeah.
sweet at
0.
all, and then they might, do it okay. But yeah, so you kind of have to adapt to that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That
it's all
that that
good.
that's the same thing. Like, yeah, I learned the hard way too. Like when I went to my wife's village, that I was like, all right, I'll show them I could eat spicy food. Bad idea. I was out the game for one whole day. My eyes were tearing up. I could barely see. I was like, whoo,
Yeah,
whoo. I was like, what Elmer Fudd, like the smoke was coming out my ears. My face was all red. I was like, man, not doing that at all. Yeah, so like what you said, like even you say nitnoy pet, which means a little bit spicy, they it's still super spicy. So I say pet soon, which means 0, like 0 soon. There we go, nitnoy soon, 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 soon. Like what I'm saying? Like, and still it still has a little. I was like, what's that? Nitnoy, nitnoy. You know what I'm saying? Like, like even
these people
Nitnoy
ate
is
bell peppers, so nitnoy is not
yeah.
not
So
relevant to us. Yeah.
I have learned to have like a microscope and look at it and see those little peppers with my tweezers and like, nope, nope.
Nope.
They'll sneak them in there because you'll get a bite and you'll be like, whoo, whoo.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. Yeah, as well. So it's easier just not to eat it because you don't want to find
Yeah,
special surprises
exactly.
in there, which you usually do.
Yeah, too.
So
Yeah. So you'll get a mouthful and you'll be like, oh, it was hidden in the rice. Damn, they got me, Yeah, so
yeah.
you're probably right. It's better go to 7-Eleven and just make sure, no
Yeah,
pet.
if you don't already have like a GI problem, you could probably get by, but if you do, it's not worth it. God kind of had to, humble me. I don't really have pride, about, oh, I can eat this or something like that. But in the past, I kind of felt like, oh, I need to, do it for them or something like that. I need to fit in,
Yeah,
something like that,
right.
because you feel like some sort of ego guilt, right, when you're trying to fit in with different cultures and things like that. But yeah, I guess I got over that because I don't feel that anymore. I'm just like, yeah, I know what my body needs and what I need to do, and everyone just needs to accept that. And then it's just, yeah, it's once you just accept it, there's no resistance, so it's not like a big deal. And then you realize you're making a big deal out of nothing with your ego, which is really what is the name of the game for the ego, is make a big deal out of nothing, because it is nothing, but it's going to try to make it seem like something. It's going to make it seem like
True.
something very, very serious and very, very important. But if you just blow by it, then you see the illusion for what it is. Then it's just like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Everyone accepts it. Try to be respectful and why everyone. And yeah, they can see like your energy, too. Like you're doing your best. I can't speak Thai that well, but I try to speak a little bit. And yeah, they're very even the older ladies, they're like understanding, yeah, of that. And they're even like encouraging me, like, oh, he can speak Thai. So I say, "Putai nitnoy kap," just a
Yeah,
little bit. Don't expect too
right.
much, but just calm down. Because I think you can speak, all of a sudden they're blasting you with Thai, and I can't keep up. My brain's
Yeah,
too slow.
true. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing that happens to me a lot too. Like, oh, put Thai, which means I speak Thai, right? And then I'll go, I was like, jai yin yin, yeah, jai yin yin, like slow down, take it easy, like, slow,
Yeah.
slow, like, like I can. They always like it when I say put Thai nitnoy, which means I speak Thai a little bit. Kal Jai Thai Mak Ma, which means I understand Thai a lot, right? So,
Yeah, I don't even feel like that now though, because they speak like different dialects here that I'm not used
yeah,
to. So like if you speak Central Thai, I can kind of know what you're saying, but if you speak like a Southern dialect, I have no idea.
yeah, yeah,
Like it's just blah blah blah, and then there's some Central mixed in there, so I can understand a little bit, but I just kind of tune it out. Like if you're only understanding 10%, you kind of just tune it out, So if
yeah,
you're understanding like 50%, then you kind of be there. But yeah, so. But it's an opportunity, like everything is an opportunity. Like before, like it's been a while, but like maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I felt like insecure about like people are speaking Thai, and I don't really know like it's hard to get in the conversation when you only know a certain portion of what they're saying, So
Yes.
that made me feel like apprehensive and things like that. But I sort of just kind of got over that, and now it's like everything can be an opportunity to like connect with God, like if you don't, like they had some meeting about the wedding, like the logistics of you go here, or we do this and this time of the wedding or something like that, and I really didn't know what they were saying at all. So I just kind of like I just like was like present and looking around the room, and there's these like old pictures of people. I think it was, maybe the grandparents of the woman that lived there, or something like that, that already passed away. And in Thailand, they honor the spirits of the ancestors a lot. They
Mm.
have the shrines outside of many homes,
Oh,
where
the
you
spirit
you pray.
house.
Yeah, the spirit
Yeah.
houses. Yeah, and so, and I didn't really notice that they had a really big spirit house outside of this particular house. But yeah, I just looked at the pictures, and I just, while I was like tuning out the conversation, I was just like, I don't know. I felt the spirit of the person basically that was represented by the picture,
Mm.
and I just said like, I hope you are good, and I wish you well, and like basically like jai jai, like victory, like you know
Mm.
like I feel you, something like that. And yeah, so I got once you get sensitive and you start to get serious with your practices and yoga and meditation, you're more sensitive to these energies, and you can kind of feel them more readily. And so yeah, I can feel a lot of times the energy of the spirits. It's not always good, but in this case, it was a very good energy, about giving me back basically the energy that I gave to them. So it's like everything is like an opportunity for that. And Thai people, it's not like a theory whether ghosts exist. They know they exist.
True.
It's a part of their life. It's a part of their culture.
True.
Uh, it's I wouldn't even say it's a belief. Like they just know that quote unquote
Right.
ghosts or spirits are real. And this is a sort of it's kind of like a mix between animism. They see the spirits in the forest and other places. A mix of that and Buddhism is what of different types of Thailand is. And so you kind of learn to appreciate the subtleties, and a lot of them they're not, they're not really even, they're not serious. They don't even think about the spiritual stuff, but they just know that like spirits exist, right? And so some of them, they're creeped out. They have many ghost movies. Ghost movies are very popular in Thailand, right? And so
True.
people can be afraid of them because they know it's real, and then they see the ghost movies, right? So that's an interesting dynamic. But yeah, as I mentioned in like another satsang a while ago, like when we went to Ayutthaya, this is where there's a lot of killing and beheading
Mm.
of the Buddha statues and everything. This is original area of Thailand where they were in
Right.
war. I went there and I felt that really, kind of negative, evil sort of energy, I would say. But
Mm.
but that turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because it helped me realize that I do have the power to sense different spirits. And since I think I always had this power, but the problem is my mind was always so cluttered. There's always so much going on, with my ego and my mind, that I couldn't really decode like what is me and what is not me. Like, I mean,
Mm.
ultimately it's all me, but just from a level of, I am in this human experience, and then there's some other, being entity coming into my field. I couldn't decode that because there's so much stuff going on in my mind. So I was like, I don't know, what I'm feeling. It's just, but now that I've done meditation and yoga, the stream of consciousness is more clean, going through my mind. And so because of that, now I can decode like, that's not me. Because I remember when I was at Ayutthaya in the ruins there, I was, peaceful, fine, and then all of a sudden there was this negative energy that just came over me, you know and I just realized, oh yeah, that's not me. So then I just like dug deeper, and like, okay, it must be connecting with some part of me that's unrealized, some sort of unconsciousness part of me. And so yeah, so I got over that, and it helped me to, yeah, kind of like know what I'm feeling, know what I'm sensing, and have like more discernment. So it's a great opportunity when you can travel and get out of your comfort zone, Like if
Mm.
I know like a lot of yogis, they will say like, you know, you don't need to go anywhere to connect to God, which is true. But also we have conditioning that's part of our cultural conditioning. And when you get out of your culture and you go to another culture, it helps shine a light on your cultural conditioning that you grew up with. And that's very helpful to dispel the illusions of the ego, you know. So I would actually, if I would be recommending anyone, as long as you don't have like a health challenge, I would like get outside of your box. And you know, unless you're completely self-realized and you're meditating all day and you're like levitating like Vedic Guru Dev has seen yogis do before. Unless you're at that level, you
Here we
might
go.
need to like dispel some ego, you know. So you might want to get out of your box, get out your comfort zone, and help to do that. So yeah, that would be my opinion, just from my personal experience. So yeah,
Yeah, that's really been helpful for me also. So
yeah,
my guru, Swami Vedananda Saraswati, he wrote a book called Kailash in Quest of Self, where he basically walked all around India and met all kind of enlightened beings from all different spiritual traditions, and that was really helpful for me. So when we went around to meet all these gurus and swamis and yogis that he had relationships with from all his travels, it was really helpful to see the contrast and the way they did their sadhana and the way they practiced. So I agree with you. We took a little bit of bits from everybody, and we uplifted it, and they took some from us too. Like we would trade practices, and it was very helpful. Like, how do you do your pranayama? What techniques do you use? These are the techniques we use, and we would trade. You know, we would trade baseball cards, if you know what I'm
right,
saying. So
yeah,
so it was good. I learned a lot, and it gave me a broader perspective of the spiritual path from all different spiritual traditions. And when we would walk, we'd be like the Pied Piper. We would collect people from everywhere, and they would all walk with us. We accepted Buddhists, we accept sadhus, we accept yogis, we accept swamis, we whatever spiritual path. If you're a Christian, we accept you too. Let's just walk this way. And so we were like the Pied Piper. We were collecting all spiritual people, you know, walk through town, and they would be like, "Oh, here comes the spiritual guys. We'll go walk with them," you know. And we would all uplift our energy collectively. So it gives you a broader perspective, because when you're in your bubble in just one place, you're kind of set in your ways, and you're kind of going down with the ship, you know. You believe your beliefs are the only way, but when you have a broader perspective and you open your heart to all spiritual traditions, you embrace all spiritual traditions, and you cultivate all spiritual traditions, and you have love for all spiritual traditions, no matter what color their flag is, or what their so-called identity is. So, and
yeah,
like my guru always said, if you're carrying God energy, you are our brother. So if you're carrying divinity, whatever you call yourself, whatever you identify, whatever spiritual path you resonate with, you're still our brother. So
yeah.
we love you wholeheartedly, no matter what, unlimitedly.
Yeah, and it's like in the perspective of the ego's always trying to look at differences, like, oh, this religion's different, and that they do this like this, and but once you come
Yeah,
to God, when you have the energy of your true self, your spirit, then it's completely the opposite. You're looking at how these are the same, how these are one, you know, like, because God is one, we are one with God, and so then you start not, you know, focusing on all these nitpicky details about how, you know, people come to God. You just see
right.
the end result is that they're all coming to God, you know, in their own specific way. And yeah, that's great. I forgot that about Swami Evananda Saraswati, about that you just said before, that he did travel. Um, and even for me, like, you know, when I'm basically on the border of Malaysia here. This is, you know, deep south Thailand, and
Mm,
it's interesting because it's like a division. It's probably like, I don't know, 50-60% Muslim, and then the other percents are go to like traditional Chinese sort of beliefs, Chinese sort of Buddhism, and then the standard Thai sort of Buddhism. So it's interesting, when I've been here, they had like they had like some sort of celebration of the dragon dance that we went to for China, and some of these traditional Chinese sort of things. And then, and then also they have like now is Ramadan uh, for Muslims, right?
Mm.
And I was like a little bit uncomfortable in the beginning because I'm not used to that sort of religion. They have like the call to prayer, and so like they're doing the call to
Mm-hmm.
prayer or whatever at like 5 a.m. right? So, and the mosque is fairly close to here, so I was sort of uncomfortable with that in the beginning, but God just kind of like gave me the message like it's all the same. You honor people for how they connect to God. It's not about like I'm this religion or whatever. And even if a religion has dogmatic practices, some people maybe need more structure of dogma to actually get to God, And so
Yeah.
it just depends on what is appropriate for you. And I feel like you start to not judge at a spiritual level anymore once you like open up to that, because like if I was born into a different tradition, I would probably think differently. I would connect to God a little bit differently, but this is the path I chose into this life. So yeah, it's all good. They'll have a life as a Muslim, maybe if they don't get all the way to God, they'll have a life as a Hindu, as a Christian, whatever. It's all the same once you look beyond just this life and like the greater picture. It all kind of like comes into place, and so now I'm not uncomfortable, with the call to prayer or anything. And I noticed even like
Yeah.
I don't know that much about Islam, and I mean I know a little bit about the history and everything, and there's times when they were more tolerant than Christians, and so it just goes back and forth with that, and it's not important to even know, um, but um, but yeah, I this time of Ramadan, I was kind of like thinking like, oh yeah, I feel like there is like a sort of calming of the energy, because during Ramadan, they need to focus more intensely on God, right? And they need to put down other focuses, right? And they have, strict practices about eating and everything. But the main thing is that they're conscious of God at all times in what they're doing. At least that
Mm.
is what they should be following, right? And so there's great
Yeah.
value to that. And I just kind of, yeah, everything's kind of like coalescing together, like it's Ramadan, and I drove all the way. Um, be my sister-in-law. She drove us from Bangkok all the way down here,
Mm.
and we stopped in the middle. And I mean, the entire southern part of Thailand we traveled through, and we stopped. There's a place we stopped to see Ganesh. We stopped to see another like a Buddhist temple of this. I can't remember the name of the boy, but he was some monk who is famous, yeah, for helping people. And so
Cool.
yeah, just traveling and connecting to all these different experiences and everything, it just helps you connect to the oneness even more, and you just realize, oh, God's here, God's here, God's here, God's everywhere, so it's great.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you a funny story about the call to prayer. When I was in Dubai, I would be DJing, before you DJ, you do what's called sound check, right? You check the sound, make sure everything's good. So when you go to DJ at night, everything is already set up. You just plug in and do your stuff, right? So I was doing sound check, and I'm DJing, the music's blaring, and they're like, stop, 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 stop. I was like, what? Call to prayer. So I'm like, okay, all right. DJ again. Stop, stop, stop. Call to prayer. All right, And this went on and on for Dubai. Like one time I was at the world's tallest building, which is connected to what's called Dubai Mall, right? So it's connected. And in the mall, the shops actually closed their gate, like they're closed for like the 30-minute call to prayer. And you can't even go in a shop. So you're just in the middle of the mall, like, and you're not supposed to move, so you're just like, okay. But
Right.
as you see it as not a bad thing, as you see it as an opportunity to enhance your own spiritual practice, it's a good thing. Like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, you're probably right. I probably should take a 15-20 minutes to use this opportunity to cultivate my own inner self. So my own oneness, whatever spiritual practice I do. So yeah, so that was my funny story. So when you drove
Yeah.
from Bangkok to southern Thailand, how long did that take?
So we didn't do it all in one trip. So like I think the
Oh,
first time we drove like 6 hours, and then the next time it was like, oh man, it must have been 8 to 10 hours or something the next time.
yeah, that's
And then
pretty
we
far. It takes like
and
an
then
hour on
yeah,
the airplane, right?
yeah. So it takes more than an hour to get from Bangkok to it would be Hat Yai. I think it's an hour and a
Yeah,
half, two
yeah.
hours. So yeah,
Really? Takes that
yeah,
long?
maybe not, but I can't remember.
I
But
think
I think
I
it's a
think
little
it's
over an hour.
45 minutes.
Oh
Because I
really?
used to fly to Singapore and it was 2 hours, so that's way out there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But anyways, maybe I'm
Malaysia's
off
probably an hour.
because I'm so much south of Hat Yai even
Yeah.
that it
Oh,
seems further. Because if we go to Hat Yai, we're not there yet. We got we got to drive a ways after even getting to Hat Yai to go all the way
oh,
down to
so that's way
by
down
where
there.
Malaysia is.
How,
Yeah,
how
way
far are
down
you
there.
from Malaysia, the border, or you're close?
I'm not sure how far, but we could probably get there pretty quickly. Yeah, probably.
Like
I don't
10
know,
minutes?
30.
You you
I,
could throw
I,
a
I'm
rock to
I'm
Malaysia?
I don't know about that. I'm just guessing, but I would say probably like 30 minutes or something. It's like on the border here. So, yeah. So,
Yeah, when I went up on the Himalayan mountains, it was on the border of Nepal and India, and literally there was a river separating it, so I could literally take a rock and throw it to Nepal.
mm,
And actually, our in India they call it porters, but they're Nepalese Sherpas who carried our bags. They were
oh,
Nepalese, right? So they spoke
okay.
Nepalese fluently and everything. So they were
Yeah.
real Sherpa mountain men, you know. Carried the tents and all the bags and the food. So they were professional. I don't know what do you call it, Nepalese Sherpas.
Yeah. You
But
learn
yeah,
something from everyone, right?
yeah, they were good people and everything. Like I forgot I had some food and they never had tasted it before and they were like they couldn't believe it, right? It was the best thing since sliced bread to them. It was like some nuts or some fruit or they were like in heaven. They were like
That's awesome.
yeah.
I felt good this I just said before like I need to eat 7-Eleven basically, 7-Eleven diet. And there's this
Yeah.
Little Thai kid, one of my wife's cousins, I guess, or nephews, I should say, and he only eats he only eats foreigner food, I guess. So
Uh
when we went to 7-Eleven, we had to get him some stuff too. So I'm thinking like maybe he was a foreigner, he was a American or European in his past life or something. I don't know, but he doesn't like the Thai food. He likes the American food or European food.
Yeah, always when I'm going to 7-Eleven, I'm like, there's some Thai kid who wants some candy and or some kind of food, and I always pass them 20 baht. Like, go get whatever you want. Be happy, you know. Like, 20 baht is like I don't know 70 cents or whatever, but like, I'm like, just be happy, enjoy yourself, have a good time, and if I see somebody who's homeless, I give them all my money also. Like, here, enjoy yourself, buy what you need, get happy, stay happy. I always ask them,
Happy.
Sabai Jai, which means, like, are you happy, right? So they always say, yeah, Sabai Jai, Sabadi, right? Which means I'm happy, Sabadi, right? So, all right, long as you're happy, stay happy. What do you need? A cup of noodles, you need some water? Go ahead, get whichever you need. So I do that for children too. Like, I see sometimes like they'll tell their father like I don't have enough money to buy this, and I'll slip them behind my back 20 baht or whatever they need, or I'll just say put it on my tab, like. They're always like no 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 no. I'm like yeah no 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 no, and I'm just like just pay for it, and they're like no take the money, and I'm like no I'm good, be happy, so stay sabai jai. That's what I always say. Sabai jai. Sabadi. Yeah, okay. That's the most important thing. Stay happy, you know? Money comes and goes. Who cares, you know? Stay happy.
Yeah, for sure.
Cultivate that permanent state of happiness also. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Before you came on here, I had the great pleasure of going to Bangkok for my daughter's surgery. Oh,
Oh,
what a war zone Bangkok is.
yeah,
Especially
for
you
sure.
driving a car. Whoo, man, that GPS is like, that GPS blew up. Because the roads in Bangkok, the highway, I call them spaghetti roads. They're like this. So the GPS is totally confused of which road. So you kind of got to know what you're doing. And you make one wrong turn in Bangkok, it's an extra 2 hours off your day. So, but
You
yeah,
rented a car or
Bangkok.
what?
Yeah, I drove in a car, which
Oh,
is
okay.
not recommended.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, don't
So
do it. Yeah.
traffic,
Well,
yeah, traffic. It wasn't that bad because I left Pattaya like 3 a.m. because I got there like 5:30, 6 a.m. to beat the morning traffic. My daughter had a 7 a.m. appointment, so
mm,
going there was cool because I understand. Like if you hit morning traffic right by the airport, done. 3 hours off your day, you know? Some place it
right.
would take you 15 minutes, take 3 hours in the car. I mean,
Yeah.
Bangkok is I don't know how many people are in Bangkok, 10, 15 million, but it's like a New York, LA type of city. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
so the
Yeah, I ended
craziness happened when I left.
Oh, yeah. So everything went good with your daughter's surgery? Everything is all right?
Well, she hasn't got surgery. She gets surgery this Tuesday, March 11th. But
Oh,
this was a pre-screening, pre-admission. So yeah, her blood pressure, her EKG, all the tests they did to prep her for surgery went well. So next is surgery. So stay prayed up. I welcome
yeah.
all our everybody's collective prayers for my
Yeah.
child.
Yeah. I prayed for her, so hopefully she is good and yeah, she will be blessed with that. Yeah, I didn't, I kind of felt ignorant that I didn't know about that because I was an X-ray tech before, right? And but maybe I didn't deal with, young people as much. I was at the hospital, so it's more like, yeah, and then I work for a clinic, so I was more seeing like older people with back issues and stuff. Um, but but yeah, yeah, I think it's something that can be reversed because she's got a lot of development to continue, right? And it's just like when when in these developmental stages, if there's something hormonally wrong, then something can be going in the wrong direction, right? So, but yeah, I think if she can get past this stage of growth and they can kind of help that with the surgery to go in the right direction, I think it should be good. Yeah, so hopefully everything goes well with that. So,
Yeah, the
but
doctor said there's no way to know how it happened because I asked him like, how did this happen? There's no history of
yeah,
that in my family or a mother's family. He said this happens to girls her age. No one knows why. They had some medical term, but it
yeah,
just happens. Like the spine grows faster than the body, so the spine kind of gets kinked up because it needs the body to grow faster. So
yeah,
and it's kind of weird because in our yogic practice, we're always saying keep a straight spine. So my karma was a non-straight spine in my 15-year-old daughter. So, but it's all
mm,
good. We climb
yeah,
that mountain. We dance when it's time to dance. If you know what I'm saying. So
yeah,
and we have the best spinal surgeon in all of Thailand who's going to do the operation. He's actually a professor at the most famous medical university in Thailand. So
mm,
it should be good. So I'm hopeful. He has good energy. When I met the guy, I was like, "This is my doctor right here." I
yeah,
I I, I kind of have a heightened awareness of people's energy, like you were saying. So I said,
yeah,
"This is a guy," and I will be in. It's going to take 4 to 5 hours. The surgery on Tuesday, so I will be in deep Shakti path samadhi, sending my Shakti, my built up pranayama, my built up Shakti, my built up energy to my child for quick recovery and healing.
Mm. Yeah, so hopefully everything's good. And I was just thinking that this is probably something that was predetermined in her life, in her incarnation, this sort of
Mm,
thing. And so, yeah, I think you just embrace it, like maybe this is something to help her get closer to God, you know, help her to, look past health things to more important things. Maybe if not now, in the future, whatever. Maybe she can look back on this, and maybe that deepened her focus in some way. I mean, it's difficult when you're her age. You're a teenager. That there's many different focuses you have, and like just hormonally as you develop at that stage, it's kind of difficult, right, to focus on a really deep thing. But maybe
mm,
that was part of her life path to yeah, get a deeper insight through that. So yeah, I think we need to like, and that's why I've had to learn to embrace my health issues as well, and that completely changed the game for my life, my sort of
mm,
timeline, because once you learn to embrace it, that's when you're on the path that you wanted to be on. It's like if you're in resistance, then you're kind of like denying yourself your true mission. And then when you just say, okay, I accept it all, like this is where I am for my karma, and then it's like the layers of resistance sort of melt away, and everything's a lot easier. So hopefully this is something in her life that she can look back at and see like the great value it has, because I think this is like this is the name of the game for the Kali Yuga, and that this is
mm,
important to experience these uncomfortable sort of experiences to get back to God, because it helps us to question
sure.
everything and look deeper, because if you're too comfortable in this life, unfortunately, that kind of breeds laziness and a lack of discernment and things like that. And our sort of culture in the U.S. and everything, it's just like filled with like entertainment, like be lazy, entertain yourself, lust, all these. Basically, it's a feel good society. Just sit back and be entertained, right? But that sort of takes the ball out of your own court. It kind of like you're kind of giving away your free will, right? And you're kind of just floating along without any sort of direct discernment or guidance, right? And so like I feel like these lessons of discomfort are so vital, yeah, to why we're here in the first place. So that's why we need to like embrace them. And that in me embracing that is like me embracing like Kali and different deities that may be fierce, because they are just as special, just as vital as the beautiful, aesthetically pleasing ones, because you have to
Mm,
look at both sides, and both sides are very, very important, so that you can look past duality, because if you just cling to like the beauty, now you're in that other form of duality where you're not seeing the other side as equal. So so yeah, I felt that too. So yeah.
The good thing is she has a good perspective. Like she's fearless. She welcomes it. She wants to do it. So that's good.
Yeah,
You know.
perfect. Yeah, that's
So
perfect. Yeah.
she is strong about it. She's been dealing this for over a year. So she's ready to have a straight spine, a straight Susimna Nadi. So
Hmm.
I welcome it too. So
Yeah.
stay fearless, my yogic friend. That's what my guru always say. We're yogis. We're fearless. Nothing. We have fear about nothing. No fear.
Yeah.
So I'm glad she has that perspective, or she automatically got that kind of mindset from my indirectly from my sadhana in the other room.
Yeah. And the good news is God is undefeated. So if you have
God is
God,
always undefeated.
Yeah. So
Never loses.
if you open your heart to God, then you don't have anything to worry about, you know? So like in my state, oh, this has been a while ago now, but yeah, it's like around the time when you start the Kriya Yoga school, not that long after that, I was like in the most fear when I realized that I had poisoned myself with some antibiotic, which I'm still
Mm,
dealing with now, but I'm getting over it. Um, and that's I had like some scope for another reason, some stomach scope, right? So it's not like general anesthesia, but they give you some medicine to basically put you out, right? While they do that. And when I came out of that, that was my first, like before I went in there, I was having the realization of the antibiotic, and I was in like the most intense form of fear. But at the same time, I was still genuinely trying to connect to God at the same time. I was, before that I had, been started in Kriya Yoga, like the true form that you've taught us, for probably a couple months or something. And I, even before that, I was searching for it. So my heart was open, to try to connect to God, right? So even if you, so basically, I was in this state of fear. I had the scope, and then after the scope, I went to the dressing room, and then Babaji just like boom into my heart, right? That was my
mm,
experience, right? And that was my first experience with I mean, not my first experience, but after Kriya Yoga, an intimate deity experience. That was my first experience, and it was undescribable. All of my fears and my doubts were just vanished into thin air. After I was able to cry and let it out, right? So it's like even if you have fears, you have worries, if you just give it to God and you're open to God, everything's gonna be good because He's gonna take away that illusion that you have. He's
true.
gonna dispel everything. So that's why people maybe don't understand how these. I don't know if you've seen where monks like light themselves on fire and stuff. I wouldn't recommend that,
Hmm.
obviously, but like, how do they have the discipline to even here in Thailand, they walk over fire. I don't know if you've seen that before. They have rituals where
Yeah,
they
I
walk over
seen.
fire, right? And for a lot of people's perspective, it's like, how can you be brave, that brave to do that, to like do these incredible feats, right? That you see
Mm,
monks and other people do. It's because they are seeing through the illusion of this 3D experience of separation. They are connected to God, and they know
right.
God is undefeated. I'm with God. If I have God, I have everything, and I don't need to worry about anything. And so that's where like people try to act like they're tough, like I'm brave. That's like ego illusion. That's not a real brave. The real brave is like completely like connected to God, no worries, and just give everything to God no matter what happens. Like that's the true bravery of seeing past the illusion of separation. And so I'm starting to like realize that that's how these yogis can be so brave, you know
Yeah.
is because yeah, they have nothing to fear if they have God. So
And they believe neti neti. I am not this. I am not this. So
yeah.
me included have walked over hot coals, and I
Nice.
didn't feel a thing. So like yeah, I am not this body. I am not this mind. So when you achieve that oneness with God, nothing can bother you anymore.
Yeah, yeah. And I
It,
had that realization as well. Like I I've been like since in the past I was vegan, I had troubles with like grounding, like emotional grounding, right? And because I wasn't doing something that was appropriate for my body at that stage of my life, and so that kind of like hurt my grounding. And I always try to sort of like visualize grounding or something like that, right? But I had the realization that once I look beyond my body and stop identifying with it, I'm grounded. And why is that? Right? Because you would think if you want to ground, you need to focus on your lower body, focus on roots growing into the ground or whatever, right? But for me, it didn't work, and I kind of got I got the message from God that this is an illusion what you're trying to project, you know.
mm,
And so when I sort of like let go of the body, I was grounded, and that told me, wow, okay, the body's not actually real. Um, you know, I mean, we're using it in this experience, but it's not actually real because when I let go of it, I feel it more. When I let go of it, I'm grounded more. Right. So how is that? Like logically, that doesn't make any sense, right? And I'm a very logical person, and so that was sort of my avenue towards deeper realization. You know that this cannot be my body. If when I let go of my body, I'm more grounded than I ever have been. You know, so that was sort of my mental realization that opened up like my sort of like spiritual pointer, right? That helped me to ground my body more profoundly is when I stopped identifying with the body. That's when it happened, like more powerfully than ever. So, yeah.
Mm. Outstanding. Well put, Brian.
Yeah, it was one of those interesting airplane rides again. After that airplane ride, I had that sort of realization. Yeah, so
Mm.
yeah, if anyone wants to be inspired while you're on the airplane, don't just like listen to rock music or something on your headphones. Just try to like connect with God and yeah. But I've been fortunate enough where it sounds silly to say fortunate enough, but I'm fortunate enough to be in pain while on the plane, and that hyper focused me on God basically. And
Mm.
you know, it sort of never fails. Something comes up, and I'm on the plane and I'm in pain. You know, like just it happens almost every time. And so, yeah, it's interesting how that happened. And while I'm in pain, I just reach out to God, and then something happens, some realization, because basically, you're just opening up more. You're shedding more of your ego when you do that. You know, like when you're in pain, you have not you can't like research like what should I do now. You know, like I'm in the plane, I can't do anything. There's nothing I can do. The only thing I can do is just ask God for help. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
So when you do that, your ego has no ground. It can't do anything, and you know it can't do anything, and that's what helps you basically shed it. And whatever the situation is, I think that's what people need to realize when they come to that realization. My ego is not going to get me out of this. Like
Yeah. True.
I can only let it go and let go and let God. That's the only thing I can do. And then when you can do that, it really is a profound, yeah. What can happen? So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let go and let God. So when I have to fly back to America or something, I look for the opportunity to get on the plane, and I like those heightened vibrations being in the clouds
Mm.
of the the antenna, the radio signal is a lot stronger up in the clouds. Let's say it like that. And I welcome the opportunity to connect with the heightened awareness, the divine oneness up in the sky, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
yeah. And I think
I
that
definitely
I was just
don't
gonna
listen
say,
to no rock music or watch no movies. I use it as an opportunity to pull out my malas and get to
yeah,
work, you know?
yeah, for sure. But I was gonna say, like, but once you keep doing the practice, you don't need to be up, in the air, closer to
True.
God. Like he feels closer and closer to you the more you do the
E-
practice,
yeah,
you know?
everywhere.
Yeah, so it's not just like in a plane or you're traveling or whatever, it's everywhere. He doesn't leave you ever. But these experiences, you should like just see them as pointers for your current present where you are right now, and or reminders, right? That maybe if you felt your ego felt before he's not always with you, you can just remember, oh yeah, whenever I had a problem, he was there for me, you know? So it's just like a good reinforcement, that yeah, he's here now, he's here always. So it's important to have these experiences, not to hold on to them, but to like use them as pointers for your current state right now. Because yeah, it's just like I've always had that reinforcement, whether I'm driving somewhere in the car or whatever. I'll have some of these connections with God, and it just keeps reinforcing and reinforcing and reinforcing, and then it keeps like breeding the ego out of the equation, right? Because in the beginning, it's the ego is kind of like, you're crazy, this is not real, you're illusionary. And the ironic thing is it's exactly the opposite, is that
True.
we're living a grand illusion, and the ego is trying to perpetuate and keep that up, right? It's trying to keep the blinders on you and keep the smoke screens going, and then you realize, oh, actually you're not real. Oh, actually this worry, this doubt, this fear, this sadness, this whatever, this emotion, that's actually not real, you know. And then once you have greater realizations of that, then it's less difficult um, to deal with the ego, because you're seeing right through it, and that kind of like dissolves it, you know. And then there's not two sides anymore. It's just like sometimes it comes up and you say, oh yeah, you're not real, and then it goes away. And then it'll come up again, and oh yeah, but you're not real, so okay, keep going, you know. And then you're not spiraling as much out of control, you know. So um, Shri M said something great about the Manipura, the solar plexus, right? That chakra is very important, and that's why you need to keep doing yoga, the actual yoga, the postures and stuff. In my opinion, it's very important to wake up, you know, all the tissues of your body to God, and treat yoga as a meditation, and as this extension of your meditation. And when you do that, it wakes up, you know, all these centers, and then it makes it so it's kind of impossible to be too lost, you know. It's impossible to be too caught up in ego where you're completely blind, and then you're going to go on a random tangent off of your timeline or something like that. Once you wake up your body to a certain level, you can't really float too far away from God. And that's like what I feel. um, you know, I've reached some sort of threshold with that, you know, even though I'm gonna get sidetracked or on different things, I'm not gonna get too far off the path, because God is like on my shoulder right here, right? He's like, hey, you should do this, or something like that, you know. So it's like a divine guidance that's always there that you can rely on. So you're not gonna, you know, you said like development is not a straight path, but it starts to become more straight as you develop, right, through your
Yeah, that's
practice,
true.
you know. So
Yeah, in the beginning it's more of a zigzag or a
yeah,
spaghetti line, but
yeah,
you
definitely.
know, the more you start focusing on your awareness on that bindu, you have that laser focus on no matter what's happened to the left or what's happening to the right, you just have that laser tratak focus on that candle flame that nothing really bothers you because you've got that focus, that divine oneness, that laser focus on that God God light path, you know? So
Mm,
that
yeah, for
pillar of
sure.
light.
Yeah, and then suffering cannot survive when you have that. So Yogananda had some speech that was posted as a video recently, where he was talking about pain, and that the only way we experience pain is through the mind, right?
Mm,
And when we get beyond the mind, even if you are in a lot of pain, 3/4 of the pain will be removed completely if you detach from your mind and your body, right? And
mm,
you just mentioned about how when you're under anesthesia, you don't feel pain because that's, you know, chemically detaching you from your mind. Your mind's
true.
response to pain, to the pain signal, it's not receiving the pain signals anymore, right? In the same way, if we're sleeping, we don't feel the pain, right?
Right.
So it's detaching your consciousness from the illusionary lower mind, right? And so I think it's important to realize that once you realize like you're not the body, you're not the mind, then you're not attaching yourself to the pain or the symptoms as much, and that really dispels most of the illusion of pain, and then doesn't feel that bad anymore, you know. So that's been my experience as well. And I kind of had to have that realization, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get through it. Like, you know, because if you keep going into ego when you have pain, it's gonna make the pain way worse, you know. So God kind of gave me no choice. Like, you better wake up, or you know you're not gonna make it. So that was my blessing, though. Is like God was like, no way you're getting out of this. You got to wake up now. so so yeah, I'm glad it worked out like that.
Well put, Brian.
Sorry, Veronica, you have something to say?
That's
My bad.
okay. No, I was just listening to you. I was just thinking in my mind that detachment's kind of a superpower. It seems
True.
like when you let everything go, yeah, and surrender, and still be kind of attached, but not really. So
Yeah, it's a kind of like, oh, it's hard for the mind to comprehend because it's like what I was saying before, like when you let go of the body, you feel the body more. You know what?
yeah,
So now that it
that
just like breaks my brain, So
is.
like my ego could not like figure this out. So I'm just like, don't try to figure it out. It's never gonna happen. So um but yeah, that was like my realization. Like I was trying to like force project like grounding, right? Like must ground myself, right? But that's a projection. You're trying to will force something to happen. And
Yeah.
so when you try to force that to happen, you're basically saying to yourself, my body is real and my body is not grounded. That's your affirmation, right? My
Yeah,
body is real and I am not grounded. I am not grounded, my body is real. That's like what you're actually saying when you're doing this, right?
Mm.
If you translate the energy of what's happening here, right? So then when you just realize that, then you're like, oh yeah, the opposite. I'm not my body, and therefore I can become one with everything. And when I become one with everything, my body is attached to everything. My fake body is attached to everything. And so these forms of unconsciousness that I was holding on to, that are projected onto my body, now all of a sudden they're not unconscious anymore. And so that's why we all of a sudden feel, oh, now I feel the energy more. Now the energy is circulating better in my body because I'm not subscribing to this illusion that I am the body. So it's yeah, like the mind is gonna like be bent into a pretzel trying to figure that out. But if you just like let it go, it's that you like your experience will tell you what's real, basically.
yeah,
Your mental theories and stuff, like they can be valid if they're based on your experience, but if they're just mental theories that don't have any grounding in your actual firsthand experience, then it's not going to do you any good. You're just kind of like thinking in circles. So that's been my, like, before I was always trying to read books and like connect to God in that way, but something just told me, I even got the Babaji book, right?
Mm.
But God is just like, you just need to do the work. Don't
Yeah.
read anymore. So indirectly, that's what he said. Like, because like I was sort of addicted to reading. Like, when I was even in my early 20s, I was like buying books from Amazon like every week, like
yeah,
like trying to get more information, like trying to, and it's sort of like at some point you're trying to basically develop a pointer towards God, but you're getting lost in the pointers. It's like there's a million pointer. Like, what am I doing here? So there's too many like vantage points and stuff. I just need to do the work, and then like when you do the work, it's like, oh, why didn't I just do this before? Now, if I read a book, it's going to make more sense because like I'm actually
True.
self-realized in my own experience.
Right.
Because if you just read a book and you didn't do any work, it's sort of just, it's all projection. It's like
yeah,
this is their experience and now I'm projecting into their experience. But like the only way for you to understand God is to understand it through your own experience. So even though I'm saying like my experience, your experience is probably going to be different and you're going to connect to God in a little bit different way, maybe in less mental way, like whatever. We're all unique. So like when we were talking about in the last class, like about these stories of Hinduism and stuff, like these are pointers, but the pointers should go back to like your life, and you should value the lessons you learn in your life from a firsthand perspective, because that's how you intimately connect with God. It is with your own experience. So you shouldn't, like, in my opinion, you shouldn't over focus on these stories. You should just be like, oh yeah, I resonate with that because this happened in my life, something like that. And like look back at your life, because your life is the value of connection to God, the most intimate connection with God. So I think, yeah, we shouldn't get lost in all these pointers, all these stories and everything. Like, how does that affect you in your life? Like,
True.
when I went to church before, it was just so detached. For me, it was detached from my own life. Like, you're talking about these guys in biblical times, they lived 200 years, 300 years, or what's going on here? Like, God sent a flood. Like, how does this relate to my life? What does this
yeah,
mean?
Right.
Like, what am I getting out of this? And so I always felt sort of detachment of like, what does that mean in my life? So I think like we should realize that these stories are just to focus on how God can relate to our own life, and then when we can cultivate that connection with God, then we don't need to rely quite as much on the stories anymore. because it's sort of like self-evident in your life. Like God just shows you like right away, like what's real. So it's like I don't need to go into theory or all these like tangents anymore. He's just showing me, so I just need to listen. And Veda Guru Dev, when Babaji says something, you just need to listen. Like don't like question. Like I'm not sure about this, Babaji. Like I think he knows better than me. So I just need to listen. So
Yeah. Before you came on here, I was telling Veronica too. Babaji is not a man for word salad. He is short, direct to the
Yeah.
point, short and sweet. Like he doesn't play no games. He just lightning gives you the answer, and you get the message 100%. Like, yes, Babaji, going to work right now.
yes,
And
sir.
like I was telling Veronica, like how could I say, like when Babaji puts a battery in your back, you and Veronica know this from experience also. Like there's nothing to stop you. Your mind just starts clicking, and the stream of consciousness, the flow, yeah, the pillar of light hits your crown chakra, and you just start going to work. Like I'm gonna put that over there. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Yeah. I mean, look at the beautiful thing you did with our website, Brian. Like absolutely, like that was Babaji and work, like you put the testimonials here, you put this video here. Oh, look, Ved Guru Dev just posted another video. I'm gonna put that here, blah, 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 like that's happened to me many times. Like, slow down, Babaji, slow down. Come on, and give me a chance. Let me take a breath. Hold on. Let me write this down. So, yeah. So when Babaji talks, it's straight and to the point, and you get the message telepathically, and you understand the mission at hand, and you don't really like to tell stories about it. You get to work, and the results speak for themselves. So
Yeah, exactly.
all of our members are living proof of that.
Yeah. Yeah, and whether you think it's Babaji or whatever deity you connect with is, ultimately the same. But these deities represent a certain energy, um, and I think, yeah, basically I would say like it's sort of spiritual language that's beyond human language, and that what we're doing is we're sort of translating it into our own language, right? That we're native speaking. But that's why like these deities, a lot of times it's a sort of feeling or impression that you get, that I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like you're translating it into some message. It's not like it's different than your thoughts. It's like your thoughts are kind of like not definite as much. They're kind of like maybe this, maybe that. But the sort of divine, the sort of divine impression that comes into you, it's much more powerful, much more direct. And I've got that with what I perceive as Babaji. Uh, and also I've even got it with like Saraswati, like the goddess of knowledge, because I was, searching for knowledge. I needed, to know. I needed like direction, you know, and it was the same type of energy. It's kind of just like a mother that knows what's best for you and
Mm.
is cutting all the BS out. Like stop doing this. You need to do this. Oh, okay, that's true. Something like that.
Yeah,
It's like
true.
so like almost if you were too much in your ego, you'd be like offended. You'd be like, how dare you say that? What do you
Right.
mean? I don't know what I'm doing here. Come on, I'm doing pretty well. If you're in your ego, that would be like your defense mechanism. But for me, I don't have that really much anymore. I'm just kind of like, yep, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a hard truth to swallow, but yep, you're right. So I just need to swallow
Yeah.
it and get on my journey, you know? So I just kind of learned that you just need to listen, and if you listen, it might be hard to swallow for your ego, in your box, but you just need to do it, and it's gonna save you a lot of suffering if you just do it. You just trust that intuitive pull. So yeah.
Yeah, my guru said we're Kriya yogas, we're action yogis. We do the Kriya. We don't tell stories about the Kriya. We we don't sit around the campfire and like yesterday I did my sadhana and this and that. We actually do the sadhana. So we're coming from a place of experience of knowing, because we do it. We don't talk about it, we do it. So that was always the mystical side of Kriya Yoga, because there's all of these stories about Kriya Yoga. Yogananda did this, and he met this levitating monk and the tiger fighter and everything like that. But how to do Kriya Yoga, and that's why I'm really proud that we have our free Kriya Yoga school and we have our paid Kriya Yoga school, because we're not talking about Kriya. We're doing the actual practice. We're doing the sadhana. We're not telling stories about the Kriya Yoga school. We're doing Kriya. So if you want to learn Kriya Yoga, there's the website, freekriyayogamasterclass.com. Sign up, see if you resonate with Kriya Yoga. But we're actually doing the Kriya. We're not talking about it. The story's all good, but how does that serve you in the present moment? That's what you got to ask the question. And they're good stories, they're good movies to watch, but how would that serve me in the present moment? And we're actually giving real time kriyas that will help you in the present moment, no matter what spiritual level you're on. Anybody could do Shavasana, the corpse pose, and lay down on their back and just relax in a deep state of calm and peace. Anybody could do chair yoga. Anybody could do hamsa. Anybody could do complete yogic breath, purnasuti. So these are things that real time things, and you can integrate into your daily life to help uplift you. But these are good stories to tell around campfire, but the real work is done in your daily sadhana and your daily practice, or whenever you have a chance to do your sadhana in your daily life. So you look for those opportunities, whether you're have a break on your work, you're waiting for an airplane, you're driving your car. There's always some time in the day you can integrate it. No one's busy 24 hours a day.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
integrate it some way, and you thank me later, or thank all our members later, because these are really the most basic thing. Just even saying Om can really carry you through the day. Just a couple, a couple mantras of Om, couple chanting of Om can really uplift you and get you through the day. And if you add Kriya Kundalini Pranayama, complete yogic breath, or any basic practice that could really get you through the day. So sign up
Yeah.
to our free Kriya Yoga school, freekriyayoga.com. There's a mini course in there that will give you some introductory practices of the five folds of Kriya Yoga. There's some meditation, there's some asanas, there's some pranayama. So it will definitely give you a framework and a start to see ways to integrate Kriya Yoga into your daily life.
And so many people don't understand their potential. Like, there's so many people that they don't
True.
even have any of these tools, and they're still like even beyond where I am. That like even I've been doing it for a while. They're even beyond me. They don't even realize it. Like a lot of people, they like if they would just utilize these tools of Kriya Yoga, like the spiritual science of Kriya Yoga, like they would
Right.
like blast off. Like for real, they would blast off. Like I had to go through like a lot of suffering to get to this place, but some people are in a state of peace already, even without it, you know? So even if you say like, I don't need that, right? I'm already fine, something like that. Like you should look into it. It's free, anyways, if you want to join the free school, and just be open to it. Because if you are already at a peaceful state in your life, that's gonna grow immensely doing Kriya Yoga, even if you might not realize the states of bliss that that is in your path if you go and do this. So it's not just people like, because they always talk about, oh, pain points or whatever. Let's get the pain points to get more people on this program or whatever. It's not even about that. It's just like, what are you doing here? What's your life? Are you boxing yourself? Like, what potential do you really have? Whether you're good with your life now, you're comfortable, or whether you are struggling, it's equally important for you, to uplift yourself and connect to God more intimately through this. So, and even if you have a different ideology, maybe you're agnostic, or you would call yourself an atheist, or if you're any of these other world religions, it doesn't really matter, because it's going to enhance anything. So like, if you're comfortable saying I'm an agnostic, that's fine. your experience is going to show you through doing the practice what's real anyways, and how you connect to whatever the truth is, because we can just say God is reality too. If you don't want to make it, sort of this theology, you can just say, well, God is reality. So if you're an atheist, you want to connect to reality, right? You want to go as deep as possible into what is real, and that's going to take you to what's real. When you like turn on all your body centers and doing all these different yoga positions, and you're getting beyond your lower mind and meditation, that's going to show you reality. So it doesn't really matter like what your particular focus is or where you are in your life. Kriya yoga, I think, can benefit pretty much everyone. I mean, I don't really see any downside much, because you don't have to do, like, especially how you're teaching Vedic Dev, you don't need to do anything extreme. You just do whatever works for your body. Even if you're like in a
Right.
wheelchair or something, you can do chair yoga, you can do meditation,
True.
you can do things. Even if you are like paralyzed from the waist down or something, you could still do. There's a lot of upper body stuff in a sitting position or whatever. Like, there's really no limits to this. So yeah, so I think it's appropriate for everyone at different whatever level they are. So, and it's so
Yeah.
inclusive how you teach it. So
Yeah, and even chair yoga, you just put your palms facing up like this on your knees, and try to straighten your spine as much as you can, shoulders back, chest expanded, and just sunbathe in the grace of God. Clear out all the mental clutter, the monkey mind from your mind, and just exist in a state of being in meditation. And you'll have profound dynamic benefits just from that simple technique. So Kriya yoga is for everybody. It's for men, women, child. No matter where you are on the spiritual path, you can benefit from any of the practices. So
yeah,
even
just
if you're in
imagine
a
like,
wheelchair.
yeah, just imagine you're in a wheelchair, in a nursing home or whatever, in a hospital or whatever, maybe as an elderly person. Can you imagine if they replaced some like, jaded negative thoughts in their mind or
Mm,
frustrations, and they just replace that with Om?
That'd be
right.
amazing.
Like just like something simple like that. It seems simple, but God is simple. It's oneness of all things, right? And so once
Right.
you can connect to the simplicity, that means you're getting past all these ego traps. So like just some simple lesson like that. And for Westerners, they don't really know about this, especially the more elderly generation, probably. That like, what is Om? Like, what is this all about? If you go to India, they're going to know that. But so I feel like we, Vedic Dev, that's why you weren't allowed to stay in the mountains in peace. You needed to come back. You needed to come back, because we need to give this message to people, and help them realize their own power. So
Yeah, absolutely. In the world, but not of the world. So, yeah, if you're in a nursing home and you can't go anywhere and you're in a wheelchair, just simply put your palms facing up on your knees and just mentally or out loud chant Om. And try to hold the Om vibration for as long as you can, like this. Om. Just hold it for as long as you can. And that simply chanting the primordial sound of the universe, Om, will give you maximum benefits. Or doing something like complete yogic breath, Purna Sudhi. Inhale through both nostrils, the new fresh air. Exhale through both nostrils, the old stale air. Like I say in the class, inhale like a wave coming into the shore. Exhale like a wave going out to the ocean. I'll demonstrate 3 times. Try to keep your shoulders back, your chest expanded. Try to keep your spine as straight as possible. If you need to know how to straighten your spine, imagine a string on top of your head. Pull that string up, then you'll have a straight spine. And just exist in that state of being. It's called complete yogic breath, Purna Sudhi. So that's an excellent way to start your day. So yeah, anybody can practice Kriya Yoga, whether you can stand or. I know when you see these asanas, they look scary, like I don't know, the plow pose or a full wheel pose. You're like, I could never do that. Believe me, I said the exact same thing. I was exactly like you. Like, nope, my body does not go that way. So, but I'm living proof that if I could do it, anybody could do it. So, just use the yogic practices that benefit you the most, put them in your toolbox, put them in your pocket, and just cultivate that as best as you can. And thank me later. Thank our Kriya Yoga members later.
Yeah. And I think it's about changing the focus from fitness to God. And when you feel
Right.
God in each
Mm,
posture, it brings on a new life and a meaning for your practice,
true.
like yeah, and some of these people in the nursing home is probably difficult. Maybe they can watch like church on TV or something, like a church service or something, but there's nothing more intimate than like just being in your own space and doing stretches in honor of God, like it's like I don't know how you can do anything like any activity that is more intimate towards connecting with God, really,
True.
other than just pure meditation. But like many people, it's not like they're going to get discouraged if you just tell them, "Don't worry, just meditate and don't think anything." you know
Right.
so can't do it. Yeah, that's not possible. so so instead, and yeah, it's not possible for me. Even now I'm not perfect, but took me a long time just to get to the point where I am somewhat still and clear with my mind. But like doing these yoga practices, just focusing on each posture, like it's something very simple. It's an easy movement you can do. You don't need to do any of these more advanced techniques. It's not necessary, really. If you keep going on the same path, you maybe can develop to do that. But like don't need to be like discouraged. There's like a stereotype about yoga and you're bending yourself into a pretzel and all this stuff. It's not about that. It's about
Right.
you're just trying to turn on energy centers and have them point back to God, because like the harmony, the natural the natural primordial energy is naturally connected to God, right? And we just been conditioned out of that. We're lazy. A lot of people are lazy. They don't put the work in to connect with God. And when you do it through these postures and stuff, it happens. It just like turns things on. It's once you point to God, you're not like a teenager pointing to, I want a six pack, that's why I'm doing this. It's very low energy.
Yeah.
It's very, you're not going to be uplifted with that. But if you're doing this like doing this intense posture, maybe this advanced posture, maybe you're upside down or who knows what you're doing in yoga, and if that action is connected to God, then and you need to be intensely focused to do that, then that's going to be more of an intimate connection. With that, it's going to uplift you. And for me, I just feel like when I do like a stretch or whatever, it's all just kind of like stretching, and I'm just feeling the like feeling the bliss and letting go of everything. When I go into these different stretches and postures, and when I let go of everything, you just naturally are connecting to God, or whatever you want to, what word you want to say for God, right? So that's like very important. And what you taught us, Veda Gurdev, about um, you know these different advanced protocols, but also shavasana in between, like that taught me an
True.
important lesson. Like it's not about like doing these advanced postures; it's about relaxing into everything you do. It's not as many. It's not about as many. It's not about how many techniques. It's about how deep you can go into each one. And
Mm,
they all are important in their own way, but if you can go deep into each one of them, that then you're getting the true benefit of that. So when you taught us about like shavasana to relax, like that really connected with me, because even before I got into Kriya yoga, I'd already had the Kundalini experience or whatever, and I would just like even just laying on my back, I would just like try to like sink into like deep relaxation, and then that would get me into this sort of yeah, this sort of state of bliss, right? And then I had some health issues. I wasn't feeling as much, right? But Kriya Yoga helped me, start to get that back. And I did it by doing the yoga procedures, primarily, and treating them as a meditation. Like when I'm like bending forward or whatever I'm doing. If I feel good, I feel relaxed, I just stay there. Maybe I'll stay there for like
mm,
5 minutes. Like I don't think
yeah.
about, I'm not counting like 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5,
Yeah.
next one. Like I'm just like not thinking anything, and and also in some of the in the beginning you're teaching us yoga and you're saying like the Babaji mantra while you're doing it, right? And I just naturally do that for a lot of them. Or maybe I'll say another mantra instead of counting. I'm just saying the mantras over and over again. And maybe
Yeah.
one side I'm going to do more than the other because I'm not counting. It's just all instinctual, right? And when you're instinctual, you do things, you're kind of connecting to that more primordial animal instinct of God. And then that makes everything flow so much better as well. You know, so like just today I was connecting with, um, I was I was connecting with more of the female energies of the deities, right? So like of Lakshmi, like specifically, right? And so I was doing like while I was doing the hip stretching, I was not counting. I was doing the Lakshmi mantra, right? While I was doing it. So once you connect with God in these different postures, it's like so much more profound than what people in the West really think yoga is. So yeah, I'm grateful, Vedic Dev, you taught us about this because I was capping my potential before, just counting over and over again in my head. So
Yeah, these yogic practices are about inner stillness, peace, and relaxation and comfort. So if your pain blocks the flow of prana, as you know, I always say in the class. So you don't want to be in a state of pain. You want to be a state of stillness and comfort, and breathe into the postures and relax into the postures. That is the best way to do any sadhana. So if you're uncomfortable or you're in a state of pain, that opens the door for the monkey mind to distract you and get you out of the state of stillness or the state of oneness. So if you look at all these practices as a spiritual well-being, an overall well-being, then it's a beautiful thing to visualize.
I don't know what I like
Speaking of
about it.
speaking
What?
of pain, my legs are
Oh
turning
yeah,
into noodles.
yeah.
It's almost been 4 hours.
Let it go.
See, even Vedguru Dev goes through
Yeah.
it. So don't think like this guy is a supreme yogi. His legs never go to sleep. Almost 4 hours in, my
Yeah.
legs are
Yeah.
turning into windshield wipers.
Yeah,
yeah.
don't be a yogi superhero.
Okay, back at it. What were you gonna say, Veronica?
Oh, like you can customize it to what feels good to you, and I don't know, like you'll just start noticing effects, like maybe you're like moving through life with no fear, and I don't know, maybe you'll like I don't know what I've been finding like my true self, just doing a little bit here and there. I don't know. I liked what Brian said. Let's just try to like go deeper into each one, whatever you can, but you can customize it to what feels good to you. I don't know. I would just say just experiment with it and customize it to what feels good to you. So you don't have to be a yogi superstar like Vedguru Dev.
Oh,
but,
I'm no yogic superstar.
but
I'm the
yeah.
poster boy of what a guy who's attached to his supreme ego can become if he just go through the practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've noticed like I feel like the more I do this, I just feel like less fear. Like I'm just going through life with less fear. Like yeah, I'm
Mm.
just letting everything go and like getting
Yeah,
out of
you
my
had
head.
you begin to attain like a inner knowing. Like you already know everything's gonna be okay. Like I was saying before you came on, Brian, that even when you go into a asana like the plow pose, you'll start to panic like I'm having a hard time breathing. But if you just breathe and relax and just be comfortable in there, you have no fear about it. You like I got this. I know I got this. If it starts to be too painful, I'll just come down. It's no big problem. There's nothing to fear here. I understand. I've come to a comfortable height. I am able to breathe. There's nothing to panic. Ego is the monkey mind that tries to get me into a state of fear or a state of panic. But even if I twist my body up into a pretzel, long as I breathe and feel the inner oneness of the posture and the spirituality of this posture, God will carry me through no matter what.
Yeah. It's like navigating fear and pride. Like, I'm
True.
so good at yoga, look at me, you know. And then you're gonna
Right.
stretch too, and then you're gonna stretch too much, and you're gonna pull something. You know, God's gonna be like, yeah, no, that's not the way to go, right? So
Yeah.
I've learned from lessons, you know, before in the beginning, I'm like, yeah, I'm a Kriya yogi, look at me, check this out, look what I
Yeah.
can do. Oh, just
Right.
pulled. So I was like humbled many times
Yeah.
to get like in the center, you know, like you know, and I had the other side too. I had the fear, like, you know, because you know, with the issue I had, the medical issue, I had like, you know, some tendon issues. So, you know, if I stretched too much, I could, you know, hurt myself, you know, for, you know, if I pulled something, it could, you know, be a couple weeks and I would not be the same, you know, I'd have to recover. Right. So I had to kind of balance, you know, these pulls, you know, just with my health condition. And that kind of like really taught me, you know, through my experience, like how to do it. And it's just like when you're able to really let go and relax, your tissues, they're much more malleable, they're much more flexible, and you're much less likely to pull something, you know. But if you're like straining yourself and you're creating, you know, extra resistance in your stretches, that's when you get yourself into trouble, when you're trying to project, you're trying to force yourself, you know, into doing something. To prove a point to yourself or someone else or whatever, you know, and that's what, you know, gets you in trouble, you know. But that's sort of the consciousness that we have already. It's all about resistance, you know. It's like resistance training. I'm going to lift this big weight and get as much resistance as
Mm,
possible. I'm going to do these
right.
deadlifts, right? You know, I'm going to bench press this much. I'm going to bench press more than you, and you know, and so it's a completely different consciousness that we take in Kriya yoga and other yoga traditions. You know, it's about basically just helping that energy flow better and removing resistance, not adding more. So yeah.
Yeah, that's well put, Brian. My guru used to say, like, who are you trying to prove something to, Vedguru Dev? Most people are never going to see this anyway. So this isn't a this isn't stroking your ego. It's more about a spiritual oneness in your practice. Breathing into the stretch, breathing from your spine, from your root to your crown, breathing, you know, like just relaxing in comfort and relaxation. And enjoy it. It shouldn't be a stressful thing. It shouldn't be a hurtful thing. It should be a blissful sadhana, you know? So, like you said, it's not lifting weights like, look at me. Which way is 7-Eleven? You know? It's more of a blissful spiritual overall well-being, the five folds of Kriya Yoga. So just enjoy yourself, be happy in a blissful state doing any of this stuff. That's when you'll get the maximum benefits, you know, like in yoga when you do an asana and when you get the maximum benefits is the deep relaxation and comfort in shavasana after the asana, or standing shavasana, zero relax, depending on which asana you do. So it's all in the relaxation and the comfort. So if you're in a pitta state, if you're in a state of pain, it opens the door for your monkey mind to come in and jump around from tree to tree. You don't want that. You want to be in a relaxful state. So the door doesn't open for that ego or that monkey mind or that mental clutter to come inside you as you. So just stay in a state of peace and keep your monkey mind clear and enjoy the spiritual profound benefits of practicing Kriya Yoga.
Yeah, for sure. And if you have too much of a monkey mind, just connect with Hanuman, the ultimate realization of any monkey. And Hanuman will take all through Sri Ram will take all of your frustrations away. So
Or connect with Ganesha. He'll remove all the blockages and ground you. And the elephant will stamp all those cockroaches or monkeys flying on the ground, you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
dancing Shiva. He's stepping on his ego and his foot's up to enlightenment. So whichever
Yeah.
mantra works best for you, whichever spiritual practice works best for you, that's perfectly fine. Whatever resonates with you, that is the best spiritual practice.
We visited a Ganesha on my travels in southern Thailand. It was like carved out of stone, a Ganesha
Mm,
statue,
yeah, cool.
and it was like in a small town, but it's kind of in a forested area around it. And yeah, even there in the middle of nowhere, I could feel like that very grounded, peaceful, content energy of Ganesha, you know. So, um, and in the beginning when I was connecting to Ganesha, it seemed like a big energy difference. I was like, whoa, this is grounding energy. But then when you have your own grounding, then the energy change is not as much. So then it's just more like you feel peace, you know, you feel satisfied, you feel content, right? This peaceful sort of energy. So, so yeah, that's what I feel with Ganesha now. Yeah, it's very, very grounded. Yeah. So he loves to eat sweets and enjoy his life.
And and ride on mouses.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, no, Kriya Yoga isn't hard. I think it's like you say, Kriya Yoga is for everybody, and you can customize it to however. Yeah, you don't want to make it painful or hard.
Yeah,
What are you
I tried to
looking at?
ask some Thai people like shop Len yoga, mai? Like, do you like to
Mm,
do yoga? And they're like, no, I'm too lazy. They say.
yeah.
to do it. So, but I'm trying to get the word out if anyone's
Yeah,
open, you know. So yeah.
So
we can do
I'm looking
mantras.
at all those 9 people on
Oh, he
YouTube
just
right
jumped
now.
up.
So if you have any questions, post your
Those 9
comments.
people. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this has been a
So,
quiet one. Usually people are like lots of
Maybe they're in
comments.
bliss right now.
Yeah.
They're in samadhi, partial samadhi while they're watching.
yeah, so like we said earlier, those 9 people. Kriya Yoga is for anybody, man, woman, wherever you're at on your spiritual journey. Go to freekriyayogamasterclass.com. We got introductory practices to help you be the best person and get you through the day. So do your best. Absolutely free for everyone. We're trying to help as many people out there as we can. There it is right there.
Mm. Do you think like kind people, good people are the ones that God walks with? I don't know. This is a thought I had.
I mean, I think God walks with everybody.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of if you realize it or you're aware of it or not. You know, so a lot of people are unrealized. They don't realize they take the oneness of God for granted with them. But if you realize your inner God, you are God inside you as you, then you will always be protected of God, no matter what happens, good or bad. You'll always stay in a state of equanimity. Even if so-called bad things happen in my life, it doesn't shake my faith to God in any kind of way. You know? Like, no matter what obstacles or resistance or blockages I go through in my daily life, I have the same exact unlimited love that I have for Babaji and all ascended masters and all deities and all devis that I always had. My bhakti, my bhava is unshakable no matter what. So I just look at it as like mountains to climb in this war zone, this minefield of the Maya delusional world. So this is an opportunity to dance. I'm a good dancer, so I welcome it. This is a mountain I need to climb. Well, I'm a good mountain climber, so I welcome the challenge. You know, this is a river I need to cross. I'm a good swimmer, so I welcome the swimming across the raging rivers of the Ganges River. So if you have that kind of perspective, like anything that happens to you in your life is an opportunity for you to overcome or remove the blockage, overcome the obstacles, then you'll always be fine. And Ganesh loves to eat obstacles, so you send all your obstacles to Ganesha. He's the remover of all obstacles. And yeah, you'll be fine. So I know that monkey mind is strong, and no matter how many years you've lived your life, we're masters of distraction. Ignorance is bliss. We take comfort in the distractions that we build up. You know, they're like comfort food in your life. Like, why do you drink Pepsi? You know it's bad for you. I just enjoy it. You know, you take comfort in the pain. But if you reverse that, you throw away all the junk that no longer serves you in the present moment. You don't take comfort. You take action to be a better person in 2025. You'll be perfectly fine. And it's easier now than ever because we have our free Kriya Yoga School right there. And we have very easy beginner techniques that anybody could do. We have an interactive satsang every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You could ask any question to me. We don't judge anybody. We uplift all yogis, all people. We don't leave no one behind. We have, like I say, beginner mini courses anybody could do. We have an interactive community. Cal, Veronica, all our members post very great videos that they found on YouTube or have from their personal collection that will uplift you. Daily Babaji quotes, which will uplift you, you know. So we have something for everybody. And it's absolutely free. So just go there, freekriyayoga.com, and be the best person you could be for free. We're not asking for anything. We're not trying to upsell you. If you want more and you want to come to our paid community, that's fine. If you're happy with the techniques you have where you're at, that's perfectly fine too. We're not going to try to upsell you or trick you in any kind of way. Just be the best person you could be in 2025. And that is the best payment of all, helping people worldwide, filling up those Kriya Yoga cups. So if you resonate with Kriya Yoga, let us help you. See you on the inside. There's my sales pitch.
That's your
Yeah.
promo.
I'm like, I'm ready to sign up.
It came from
Yeah,
Bobby.
yeah. Well, you're already signed up.
I know.
And
I'm gonna
and
sign
you're-
up
I want to
again.
sign up again.
sign up again. Okay, I'll delete you and you sign up again.
I have the GPS coordinates. I'm going there.
So, and Veronica, you and Brian are living proof of the benefits of Kriya Yoga. I'm sure when you saw me on Chad's channel, you were skeptical and like, I don't know. I like this guy Vedguru Dev, but I don't know about this Kriya Yoga. It sounds woo woo and mystical, and this isn't gonna work for me. That's the exact same thing I said, and then I tried it out and said, wait a minute, there's something here. All right, I like how this feels. I'm gonna keep going. Let me see how far this can take me. So, and here we are.
Yeah, and I don't think it's hard. It's like the asanas. I'll find ones that stretch. To me, it's like stretching. I don't know. Things that I can do. Like in the breathing techniques, the meditations, the doing the mantras. I don't know. Just you find what works for you. I don't think it's that hard. So, and you feel good.
And who doesn't want to feel good?
Yeah.
You know? If you don't want to feel good or you don't want to be happy, then go watch YouTube or go watch a horror movie. But if you out there want to feel happy, click the link below.
I'll be happy.
Yeah. All the ingredients
happy,
are
happy,
here.
happy. Yeah. Happy, happy, happy. We're cultivating happiness in the Kriya Yoga School.
Yeah.
So come see us. And all those 8 people that are on
People.
YouTube right now, there's the link. You know what to do. Come see us.
I keep thinking of
And
only you can prevent forest fires when you do the pointing like
oh,
this.
Smokey the Bear. Only you can prevent forest fires. I remember that commercial
I
in
do too.
America. My favorite is the crying Indian, like "Don't litter" or something that used to be on the highway, right? Like,
Yeah,
don't make the Indian sad. Don't
yeah,
litter.
they're using a pain
Only
point.
you can prevent happiness, right? Get your ego out the way and just be happy, happy, happy. That should be. I should contact the American government and ask for a grant so I can be on the billboard.
Yeah.
Only you can be happy in 2025. Happiness is internal, not external. You know? Don't buy that iPhone 16. It does the same thing as the iPhone 15 or the iPhone 14 or 13. Cultivate inner happiness for free inside you as you.
Hey, you're making your own mantras.
I'm making my own affirmations
Yeah, your own
in
affirmation.
real time.
Yeah, you don't need to like have like a marketing department or something. You just see what Babaji tells you, and then you can just
Yeah, I'm just making this up on the fly.
Yeah.
Like my crown is open and he's giving me the stream of data, the stream of consciousness, the pillar of light that's giving me these messages. I'm Babaji's mailman. I'm just delivering his mail.
Yeah, I was feeling
All right.
tired a little earlier. I was feeling all sleepy, and now I'm like, oh wait, I'm all vibrating now.
Yeah, me too. After going to Bangkok all day yesterday, I was struggling. When my alarm went off this morning, I was like, but then I came on here and I'm like, oh yeah, come on, Kriya Yoga for you, Kriya Yoga, Kriya Yoga,
Yeah.
Kriya Yoga, Kriya Yoga, everybody Kriya Yoga.
I was just wondering, Vedaguru Dev, if you know anything about the connection of the Naga, the spiritual snakes, with Babaji and with Shiva, because they're shown with snakes, or at least Shiva is, and I think
Right.
in the mantra we talk about the Naga with Babaji as well. So
Right. So yeah, Nagarash means king of serpents. So Babaji is associated with the serpent, and same like Shiva is uh, is associated with the snake around his necks. I mean, I wrote that down. Yeah, the serpent signifies the awakened kundalini, right? So
right.
when you see all these statues and they have the hood of the snake over their head, it means their kundalini, their golden serpent snake is fully awakened. So they're in a fully state of enlightenment. So yeah, awakened kundalini shakti over their head. So yeah, the naga is always represented, and the snake is always considered as like a spiritual animal in Indian yogic traditions. So you see snakes around a lot of deities, and their representation in the statue and everything. So I would definitely say the naga, the snake, is definitely well represented in a high level spiritually evolved animal in the yogic tradition or the Vedic tradition, I would say.
Yeah, and I believe this is the year of the snake, right?
Yeah.
True.
And so I don't know if that's why I'm having some realization, but there's Naga everywhere in Thailand around the temples,
Mm-hmm.
and even we went to like some waterfall area, and they have really old Naga statues that I was sort of connecting with. and then I was realizing the connection with Babaji, right? But I mean, really, when you connect with Babaji, you connect to all spiritual, things, animals, whatever.
True.
But yeah, there's yeah, something there. Like everything is like an opportunity, right? I saw these. They didn't have any other statues, but there's some Naga statues where we were by this waterfall, and I was like prayed to them, and then I felt that, and then I looked up, the Naga, what it represents in terms of health and other things, and it's about like help with your nervous system, which that would connect to the Kundalini, right? Your nervous system, your skin, um, things like that. But also, it's about breaking different past karmic connections. I mean, they would say that, maybe you did something bad to snakes, or you have some negative idea about snakes, right? And we even have a negative connotation when we call someone a snake, right? In the
Mm.
West, right? And who knows, maybe that is a sort of built up karma that you have, and that you cannot accept that sort of serpent energy that is a part of you. And so I felt, something like that. Yeah, I felt some connection with the snake, and then I realized that a connection with Babaji, and how I see Babaji is basically like a blowtorch to your ego.
Mm.
And that's that because
Well put.
like yeah. So like so it kind of connects, and also snakes, they don't like ask questions or worry or doubt, they just do. And and that's why people think like, oh, you're a snake, you're trying to get something from me, but they don't have like a sort of doubting consciousness. They just do something, and also I like the symbolism of snakes as shedding their skin,
Mm.
and that being symbolic of shedding the ego,
True.
especially as this is the year of the snake, and so it brings even more meaning and significance of that. But yeah, I sort of had that reflection of the Naga with them being everywhere in Thailand. Yeah, so it's great if you can like connect with whatever deity it is, even if it's not Hindu or whatever. If you make that connection, it's powerful, and then it all connects to the same thing at the end of the day, anyway. So, but it's just kind of like you're blowing through another ego illusion that's separate from you, basically. Like maybe you think like, I don't like snakes, like and I wouldn't want to have a pet snake or anything, but but you might. A lot of people are probably like, yeah, I don't like snakes. They kind of make me feel uncomfortable, right? But there's like a sort of god, goddess, for deity for every sort of energy, right? They're represented in different animals, and so like once you can connect with those things, it's like, I feel like it's like you're dispelling that ego that says it's not part of you, so yeah, I yeah, connected with the Nagaraja, right? The king,
Right.
King
King of
Serpent.
serpents.
Yeah,
Yeah.
King of Serpents, and yeah, but ultimately it connects to the same thing. So, but like everything is an opportunity to connect to different, animal spirits or energies or whatever. So, yeah,
Yeah, that was well put, Brian. I like what you said. A blowtorch to your ego.
yeah,
I'm gonna use that one. That's a great visualization. A blowtorch to your ego. Like your inner Shakti, your energy is like blowtorching your ego. That's a beautiful visualization.
yeah. The
Yeah,
ego
and
needs to be
the
clear first.
the snake shedding its skin is like they always say in yoga, not this body, not this mind, neti yet neti. So it's like shedding your ego clothes, like you're letting go of your ego kind of symbolization. So when I got on the spiritual path, or I got named Diksha, that's kind of how it was represented to me. You're letting go of your ego consciousness, your ego clothes, you're shedding your skin, and you're reborn on the spiritual path without the old attachments of your old Maya ego delusional life. So we're all snakes trying to shed our skin and be reborn on the spiritual path, a clean slate, brand new.
Yeah, it's like shadow work, but like in a more direct, conscious way. Like I just kind of stumbled upon doing that. I didn't think like I'm doing
Mm,
shadow work or something like as a concept, but like
right.
whenever I started to realize, like for example, like I connected with different deities before, but for whatever reason, I didn't connect with Saraswati, and I was wondering why is that. I listened to Saraswati mantras like in the car, right? But I didn't have the same
Hmm.
resonance with it, and I was like, why is that? So then I just, in like a day, I kind of did a little bit of research about Saraswati and what she represents, right? Um, and then like soon after that, I think I was in pain again or something, and I realized the benefit of Saraswati is the divine knowledge, right? And
True.
and then that gave me an opportunity to connect to Saraswati, and it sort of filled in some hole of ego that I was holding, right? So all these different deities are sort of like a way to blow past different egos of different varieties, basically, right? So you have an ego about knowledge. Maybe you're too prideful of your knowledge, or you think you don't know enough, or something like that. Then Saraswati can dispel that, right? If you don't feel like you can enjoy life or be grounded, then Ganesha can dispel that, right? And so I think they can all like play different roles with that, with your shadow work. So if you feel like maybe like, oh, I don't like snakes, like, well, why can't I accept snakes? What's the big deal? This is a part of God, right? So maybe like explore that, go into that. Why do I feel like that? And now I feel like I love snakes. Like what's wrong with snakes? They're beautiful in their own way, in their own natural, majestic, instinctive way. So yeah, so I'm sure I have much more shadow work to do. Like I don't particularly love insects. Maybe I need to appreciate the cockroaches and
I
all the
love
stuff.
them.
I don't want to get too intimate with them, but but yeah, it's just like everything is opportunity. Like why do I have that resistance? I don't need to have resistance. It's a creature of God. It's a part of me ultimately, right? And so yeah, it's helpful to do that. Be reflective on those things.
I don't know if this means anything, but I was thinking of your story of the monkey on your Shiva statue. And I was thinking, like, I see monkeys don't seem to be afraid of snakes. Like, they'll try to bite them and they just wrap the snake around their neck, like Shiva. So I don't, is there a connection between snakes and Shiva? I mean, monkeys and Shiva?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
yeah, and
could
then like,
be. I would definitely say the monkey god Hanuman is a supreme powerful monkey god, a pointer. So yeah, I'm sure snakes, monkeys, they all see their inner divinity and their inner energy and respect their inner work that they're doing on the spiritual path. So
yeah,
I'm sure animals can detect where other animals are on their vibration or on the spiritual path. So I would definitely say that's probably true.
yeah, I see videos all the time of like monkeys wrapping snakes around their neck like Shiva. I was just like, wow, that's interesting. Like,
I think when you embrace the snakes, you embrace the fierceness of God
yeah,
to break
True.
through all illusions. And I think if just instinctively, I feel like that's the connection with Babaji. Like I told you, like, and even you, Veronica, he wanted you to sort of depict him in a painting, right, with the fire.
yeah,
And then I read about, the stories of Hydrakum Babaji, like floating over the
Mm,
fire and being in two places at once. And its fire
yeah.
seems to be a very important symbolism. And I feel like that's really the element of dispelling all illusion, right? And so I think these fierce God forms are so important for that. So I think when you have appreciation for the fierceness of God, um, I guess you could say like Rudra, right?
Right.
Then I think you can connect to these other things like snakes or whatever. Yeah. So
yeah. I don't know if I love snakes yet, but like, they still scare me. Oh, we got 12 people watching.
oh, we're gonna keep talking about snakes. This is a
Yeah,
popular
we
thing.
keep talking about snakes.
Oh, we're resonating with the algorithm. We finally found it. We
Yeah,
hacked the system. Snakes.
Yeah, about cool but charming, right? Like just like you're charming your kundalini up your
Oh
spine.
yeah, snake charmer.
Yeah.
So all 12 people, there's the link below. Free Kriya Yoga. See you on the inside. Absolutely free.
If you
Be the
love
best
snakes,
person
we
you can
love
be.
you.
You love snakes, you love Babaji, you love Shiva, you love Lakshmi, Ganesha, all of the above. We love you. See you on the inside. Interactive community, free mini courses, weekly satsang. Beautiful place. Absolutely free. For free.
No hidden costs. No catches.
No upsell, no hidden costs. You don't have to get on a call with me. You don't have to do anything. Just be the best person you could be. Not gonna try to
Maybe
upsell you.
maybe you don't need the other techniques in the main school. Maybe you'll be enlightened just by going deep into these really simple yoga postures. Because what Vedaguru Dev has in the free school, those are some of the main postures I do. So
Right.
like it's not like, because some people might think, oh, it's free, it's not really that valuable, right? And that can be like a negative sort of connotation, because people are sort of jaded about, for good reason, about people selling them things and things like that. But actually, when I advise Vedaguru Dev to put, like the mini course, like in the different postures, those are what I do basically, and that like really they're really really helpful. Even like just hip stretching or something, like yeah, the sometimes the more simple something is, the more powerful it is. It's less like mental gymnastics you have to go through to like accept it. It's like, I can simply do this shavasana, I can simply do this mountain pose or whatever. So yeah, actually even they're simple, they're very powerful if you can go deep into them. So yeah.
Like Brian said, Brian cultivated the free mini course. So I asked Brian, what are the techniques that you do? What are the most beneficial techniques? And he was like, these are the ones I recommend. So those are the actual techniques, the sadhana that Brian does. So, and it's for anybody. Anybody could do shavasana. Anybody could sit in a chair and put their palms facing up, and just anybody could do complete yogic breath. So yeah, go in there. We have an interactive community. The more you like, the more you comment, the more you post, you'll level up and you'll unlock other classes, which is Nadi Sudi, alternate nostril breathing. I forget what the other classes are, but there are a lot of techniques. The more interactive you are in the community, the more you comment, the more you like, the more you unlock more better techniques. So, and it's absolutely free. 12 people right now watching us on YouTube. See you on the inside. Let me help you, Happiness is internal, not external. So I'm putting on my self-help sales pitch.
And there's like a balance of techniques too, right? Because I
True.
think we have like Omkara and different things on there.
Yeah, Omkara
Not
unlocks.
just
Yeah, that's another one.
It's not just all like yoga postures either. Like even just Purnasudi, like complete breath or something, or
Right.
alternating nostril breath. Those are really powerful breathing breathing techniques you can do. So yeah.
Yeah, Hamsa meditation is very powerful.
Yeah.
Hum, I am that, embedded in your breath is very powerful. And I think that's the 7th class in the free mini course. So just go through the mini course. Also, we have a guided tour around our school, how to use our school. Who is Vedguru Dev? I explain how I got the name Vedguru Dev, who my guru is, what is Mantra Diksha, what is our lineage, what is our Parampara, and what are the 5 folds of Kriya Yoga, beginner guide to practicing Kriya Yoga, what are the techniques from all five folds that are in the mini course. Then we have all our satsangs in our classroom where you could watch. So right now we're at 4 hours and 23 minutes. So there's a lot to watch and a lot of information to digest in the community, in the classrooms, and all over for absolutely for free.
For free.
That's my free voice.
It's good reflected because your real deep realization is you already have everything, and you already are abundance, which is what Lakshmi represents. And so,
True.
yeah, so it's a great symbolism as well. Like even it seems like a simple thing you could do, it could take you into complete enlightenment if you're at a certain stage of your life where you're ready for that. So if you're serious and you want to go deep, and yeah, and if you want to go that deep, you'll probably go to the main school anyways. But yeah, it's all good. Like there's no pressure or anything like that. This is like yeah, it's my energy too. Like I just want to help people, and when I do that, it comes back to me because you're breaking through the illusion of separation, that we are different, we are separate, that we actually are not. So if I give you love, I love myself. You know, I love God,
True.
and it's reciprocal, right? So, and I think that's what this sort of community sort of represents. You know.
Well put, Brian.
Yeah.
Well, no questions.
No
I think my
questions.
headphones are about to die. Also,
Yeah.
these new headphones I got are pretty good.
They are.
4 hours and 30 minutes.
Oh wow.
My
Yeah, I was gonna say
last
you didn't put on your new headphones. What's going on? Your other headphones?
my last headphones
Yeah.
that I don't know, my Chinese earpod bootlegs only lasted like an
Oh.
hour and a half. These ones are a lot better.
Right.
Upgrading into the future.
Veda Gradev is still spiritual, even though he's wearing ear
Yeah.
whatever you call
Oh,
it.
that was
Not
always
affect him.
that was always the question on Chad's channel.
Yeah.
You can't be a yogi or a spiritual being or a guru. You're wearing earpods.
Yeah.
Don't you know those radio waves are affecting your brain waves? And my answer was always like, if these pieces of plastic can affect my spirituality, I have a lot more inner work to do. But like I said, like you meet these yogis, they smoke marijuana, they chew on tobacco leaves. Neem Karoli Baba swallowed a bunch of LSD. They're ineffective because they're at a heightened spiritual evolution. So when you get to that level, nothing can affect you anymore.
Yeah, that's important to
But-
know for people who maybe are getting wrapped up into like I would say like conspiratorial thinking or whatever, because there's a lot of that now for good reason because of the corruption in our world. But
Right.
it's also a trap to get wrapped into that because you're sort of disempowering yourself. You're saying like, oh, this shadowy group has power over me. You know, I don't have power, and they're tricking us, and it's the all-seeing eye, and they're smarter than me. And you're using all sort of these negative affirmations on your consciousness. So yeah, for people like that as well, I think it's helpful to do these sort of practices because I speak from experience because I was at different times in my life in that sort of focus. Because ultimately I have a thing, I want to know the truth. I want to know what's going on, and so but that can also be your pursuit of the truth can also wrap you up into illusions. And so once you do the practice, it kind of dispels those illusions too. It's like the more you resist something, the more you attach yourself to that illusion, right? So like I'm worried about the government. Now I need to research about the government, and now I need to look in this information, and now I'm actually becoming that form of resistance, right? So instead of becoming the resistance, just blow past it through God. Just don't worry about what's happening in the government or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, watch it for fun, I guess. If you're not yet attached to it, that's okay. But if you're attached to it, just like let it go, and just like become one with God in your practice, and then it's gonna be, your life is gonna be way more simple, and then you're just gonna be empowered, because like you said, these yogis, it doesn't matter. Neem Karoli Baba, he took LSD, it doesn't do anything to him. So you can think like, oh, they're poisoning the water, the food is poisoned, you know, and these are extra layers of negativity and attachment that you're breeding into your system. So not only do you have maybe a potential, you know, issue there, but you're adding to it. You're not making it better, you're adding to the issue. So it's not that you shouldn't worry about anything. You should, you know, make sure your body is healthy and, you know, research how you can do that, but you shouldn't, you know, get too attached to the pursuit of that as well, because that can also be a trap.
Yeah, well put, Brian. We have 14 people now.
Holy
Oh, we
cow.
better keep talking about this. All right, so
Continue on, Brian. I was like, all right, well, let's wrap this up. My headphones are about to die. Then I keep seeing the number going up, and I was like, well, we can't leave them behind. We got to keep going.
I think someone needs to hear this about the conspiratorial thing. Right?
Yeah, a lot
These
of
worlds
people
kinda
need to hear this.
Yeah, these worlds kind of intersect though, because when you're looking for truth, you're gonna like end up in these focuses, right? You know, like some people, you know, like Paul, he loves to talk about aliens and different conspiracies, right? And these worlds kind of intersect because we are searching for the truth, you know. So, but the ultimate truth is to do the practice and then dispel all these illusions, and then it's just, yeah, it's so much easier to navigate your life, you know, when you don't really care what's happening with Trump or whatever, you know. It's like it's just life is a breath of fresh air, and the weight is off of your shoulders, you know. So I think that's where you ultimately, yeah, need to get. And I like I said, I speak from experience because I was in these focuses, and even before, you know, reading the autobiography of Yogananda, like the last time I tried to read it, I was like in the soul trap sort of mindset, and I was like, what kind of archons are giving Shaktipat to Yogananda? I was like, what is this? What's going on with this trick? Like this sort of hypnotism on the third eye. Like what's going? You know, like I was very skeptical. You know, even though I was reading it, and I was like some of my spirit was definitely connecting to it, right? Because it knew like I needed that. But then my other like conditioning of my mind is like, no, this is like a conspiracy. Like they're, you know, whatever. All sort of mental sort of gymnastics and games going on there of conditioning. So I was in that state too, but then I just did the practice, and then I kept dispelling my ego more and more and more, and then the truth becomes self-evident once you do that. You don't have to theorize about anything anymore because you're feeling God right with you right now. So yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty tapped out too, actually. Brian, do you have anything? Or
I feel like, I don't know, we come into this world as a blank slate, and I kind of feel like I'm starting to remember things. I'm kind of wonder if it's because of Kriya Yoga, but I'm not attached to it, but I just feel like I'm remembering who I am. That's
yeah, it's totally possible. The more you raise your vibration and the more you're aware or your more self-realization you have, then you kind of you're open to it more. Most people are, like they say in yoga, dreaming with their eyes open. They're kind of walking around not attuned to the high frequency vibrations or the energy of the world or the shakti of the world or the prana of the world. So they're kind of like they say in yoga, walking with your eye, dreaming with your eyes open. So the more you come attuned with yourself inside you as you, the more you begin to realize stuff and realize your true inner potential or your true self or your true divine nature inside you as you. You try to cultivate it, you enhance it more. And when you realize happiness is inside you as you, then you don't really have to go anywhere or do anything. You just kind of cultivate that, and it kind of uplifts you and carries you through the day. You realize that buying an iPhone 16 is only temporary happiness. But when you carry happiness with you inside you, like you're a walking temple, you don't really need to go to the temple unless you want to, because you are the temple. Or and you realize Shiva is you and you are Shiva. So you don't really need to go Shiva because you are Shiva in the present moment.
Yeah,
So
I have
the
everything I
more
need.
you're open to the cosmic energy and the call or the pull of the universe, the more you can attune to it. And you're basically, by doing these Kriya Yoga practices, you're clearing your radio signal on the dial. You're taking away the static and you're giving yourself a clear connection. A stream of consciousness, a pillar of light hits your crown chakra and you connect with that divine oneness. So there's no static on your radio dial when you're connecting to God's radio channel. So
Yeah. I think my radio was turned off before, you know.
Yeah.
Like I didn't have any
me
signals.
too.
I mean, it was like
Like
mixed up. I
the-
was like, what is the, I don't know. Yeah. So now the signals are more clear. So, yeah.
Before Kriya Yoga, I had no radio signal. I didn't even know a radio signal existed. You know,
Yeah.
it opened me up to that divine oneness. Like, oh, 105.3, tuned to the dial. That's where God is at. Got it. You know, clearing out all the monkey mind, the mental clatter, the static on the radio signal. I got a clear connection. So I don't need God to anybody to send an email to God for me. I have my own clear connection. So that's basically what Kriya Yoga does. It gives you a personalized, tailored, individual connection to God, where you don't need anybody to tell you what God. You have an inner knowingness of God. You have your own personalized, tailored experience with God. So you understand God is inside you as you. So.
Yeah.
11 people. Did that resonate with you?
Yeah.
Good. Freekriyayogamasterclass.com. Happy, happy, happy. The simplest lesson in all of Kriya Yoga. Stay happy. Happiness inside you as you. All day, every day at the Free Kriya Yoga School.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, people from different places are resonating with this. I was like, I have some analytics from your website, and it looks
Oh,
like
great.
Thailand, of course, because we're there.
Mm.
Canada, United States, India, Germany, Australia are the top countries. Looks like there. So
Oh.
yeah,
All
so it's
welcome.
interesting. Yeah.
All my American brothers, where you at? We need you.
Yeah. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where is USA? It's not in here. Yeah. That's all right.
Too lost in the Maya delusional of the
They're too busy watching
psyops of
football or
mainstream
whatever.
media. Right. They're watching football. They're watching basketball. They're attached to the political narrative. What's Elon Musk doing with Doge and, that type of stuff.
Hmm.
So our last satsang was 6 hours and 13 minutes.
I don't even know how we went that long. That was crazy.
I don't know either. Yeah, we had Shiva Angi. We told stories on Mahashivarachi, 108 times Om, then 108 times Om Namah Shivaya, and she said 108 times Maha Marityunjaya.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's why.
the shorter,
Yeah, those long.
yeah, the
those
shorter
took a while.
version, not the one we say, Brian. Like the Babaji Invocation one, but the shorter one. But still, a long time. But yeah, it was a good celebration. So if you enjoyed this sad song, go watch that one after this, and spend 6 hours and 13 minutes of your day enjoying the grace and glory of Lord Shiva. Or just fast forward and go to the mantras. You'll get the most profound benefits. But it's all good.
Hmm.
So no questions from the viewers. Huh?
No.
Yeah, usually we have a lot of questions. I mean, in our past
Yeah, I thought
satsang, we
Anton
had
would show up.
50. We had like 50 questions, and more
Yeah.
than that. We had a lot.
Yeah, I was
but-
busy just finding questions online.
Maybe
Oh.
we already answered everything
Yeah.
from them, and now they're in peace. So
Okay, that's a beautiful thing. And I think my butt's starting to go numb too.
Yeah.
So
a-
that's always a good
clue.
indicator. Like, maybe we should wrap this up. So for all our Kriya Yoga School members, this Saturday will be our 1-year anniversary. We'll be giving out our 1-year Kriya Yoga School completion certificates. So make sure you come to that class number 53. We'll have some flashbacks. I think I'll edit something in showing me in the very first class. Green, Vedguru Dev, trying to feel his way around in the dark, how to teach Kriya Yoga. A flashback memory, a throwback to when our first class. And yeah, so yeah, I don't know what else to say. We're at this satsang every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're welcome to join us. I know a lot of people usually come after the 4-hour mark. So we say all the good things in the front, and
Yeah.
then when we're tired out, then that's when everybody
So we're
comes.
gonna-
So maybe I should save my stories for the end. But yeah, you're welcome to join us. And like the link says on the screen, freekriyayoga.com. That link directs you straight to our free Kriya Yoga School. It's absolutely free. Sign up. We have an interactive community where you can like, post, and comment. There's a school chat where you could DM me or of our members directly. We have free mini courses, like 7 great mini courses of all the 5 folds of Kriya Yoga. How to meditate, Hamsa meditation, how to do Shavasana, asanas, Purnasudhi, complete yogic breath, among others. And then there's also how to navigate around the free Kriya Yoga School, what the calendar means, what the leaderboard means, what the classrooms mean, what the community means, and who is Vedguru Dev, who is my guru, how did I get the name, mantra diksha for Vedguru Dev, what is my parampara, my lineage, why should you learn from me, and what are the 5 folds of Kriya Yoga, explaining each fold, and where are the free techniques to practice that fold, and a beginner's guide to practicing Kriya Yoga. So it's a great interactive community. We'd love to have you there. freekriyayoga.com. And Brian also made an excellent website, kriyayogaschool.com. You could go there also. So we have many resources and benefits for you to benefit from practicing Kriya Yoga for absolutely free.
Free.
Man, every time I try to wrap this up,
I
we
know,
get more
then-
people.
I know you don't
All
wanna let 'em
13
down.
people, just go to the Kriya Yoga School. Everything's there. My butt's asleep, so I don't know if I'll be able to walk today, but just go there. We've been on here almost 5 hours. What is
Yeah.
that? 4 hours, 42 minutes. So I think it's time to wrap it up. We have to go. Brian has a long week of preparing for marriage traditional practice in Thailand. So we won't keep you. Thank you for your insight, Brian. Very helpful and very insightful as always.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
And I know this Saturday you'll be getting married, so we'll miss you on our 1-year anniversary, but I'll send you your certificate. And we wish
Yeah.
you all the best with a happy marriage life.
Thank you
What
very
they say,
much.
Yeah,
happy wife, happy life, right?
that's
Yeah,
what they
gotta
say.
keep the wife happy for sure, definitely. And Kriya Yoga can help you if you need to keep your wife happy. If you're happy, that helps. You know,
Yeah.
so
You realize the happiness is internal,
yeah,
inside you as you, and you give her the external happiness.
yeah, for sure. That's very helpful.
And I know that's a big thing in Thailand, so Thai woman wants to be married, let's say it like that, you know?
Yeah.
So happy wife, happy life. So I understand you have to go through the traditional loopholes of traditional marriage, so we won't keep you any longer. Thank you for all your insight. Veronica, thank you for all your moderating and all your insight and your helpful, profound questions. Appreciate you always, Veronica and Brian. And
Appreciate you too.
yeah, so with that said, we'll wrap up our 36 live weekly Kriya Yoga Satsang here at the Kriya Yoga School. All people from all backgrounds, man, woman, Kriya Yoga's for everybody. So we welcome you every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, whatever time that is for you in your part of the world. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji